Tonight, my friends, we are travelling back to the 1800s to journey along the Oregon Trail, the legendary route that carried thousands of pioneers westward across the American frontier in the 19th century. Facing harsh terrain, uncertain weather, and countless hardships, these travellers helped shape the expansion of the United States and the enduring spirit of exploration. So before we get comfortable as always each night, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Many of you have told me how most of our content is. Ironically, not boring, so let's see if I can help break that chain tonight. Make sure to dim those lights, grab your blanket, and let's sleep to some history. The story of the Oregon Trail typically begins with wagons rolling west in the 1840s, but its true origins reach back much further, to pathways trodden by indigenous peoples for millennia. The Shoshone, Nez Perce, and dozens of other nations had established intricate trade networks across what would become the American West long before European settlement. These indigenous highways formed the skeleton upon which the Oregon Trail would eventually be built. The conventional narrative credits Lewis and Clark with discovering the route west, but their 1804 to 1806 expedition relied heavily on indigenous guides like Sacagawea, whose knowledge of mountain passages proved invaluable. What's less discussed is how their journey was followed by fur traders who quietly expanded these routes throughout the early 19th century. In 1811, John Jacob Astor's Pacific Fur Company established Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia River, just 5 years after Lewis and Clark's return. To connect this remote outpost with St. Louis, fur trader Robert Stewart pioneered an east-to-west crossing in 1812-13, discovering South Pass in Wyoming's Wind River Range. This critical gateway through the Continental Divide, at a relatively moderate 7,412 feet elevation, would later become the trail's most crucial geographic feature, allowing wagons to cross the Rockies without navigating treacherous, high-altitude passes. While history textbooks often present manifest destiny as the driving force behind westward expansion, economic desperation propelled many early migrants. The Panic of 1837, a financial crisis that triggered a 6-year depression, left countless Americans jobless and landless. Oregon represented not conquest but survival. As one migrant wrote in 1843, "We do not go to make war on anyone or build an empire, only to feed our children and perhaps find peace away from the banks that have ruined us." The trail's formal establishment came through an unlikely source: missionary endeavours. In 1836, Methodist missionary Jason Lee travelled to Oregon's Willamette Valley to establish a mission among the Kalapuya people. Though his evangelistic efforts yielded few converts, his letters eastward painted Oregon as an agricultural paradise. Presbyterian missionaries Marcus and Narcissa Whitman made the journey the same year, with Narcissa becoming one of the first white women to cross the continent overland. The Whitmans established their mission among the Cayuse people near present-day Walla Walla, Washington. Their letters home, describing fertile valleys and a moderate climate, caught despite downplaying the complex diplomatic negotiations necessary to maintain peace with indigenous nations whose land they occupied. Their letters captivated the nation's imagination. The Whitmans' mission would later become a landmark stop on the Oregon Trail, and the site of tragedy when deteriorating relations with the Cayuse resulted in violence. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of the trail's formation was the role of free black settlers in establishing Oregon country. Though later Oregon legislation would shamefully prohibit black settlement, early pioneers included black Americans seeking freedom from the restrictions of eastern states. Moses Black Harris, a former slave-turned-mountain man, became one of the trail's most respected guides in the 1830s, leading multiple groups to Oregon and returning east to guide more. George Washington Bush, successful Pennsylvania businessman, led one of the first large wagon parties in 1844, eventually establishing a prosperous farm in what would become Washington's state. The trail's preliminary routes were mapped by government surveyor John C. Fremont between 1842 and 1844. His meticulous reports, widely published in eastern newspapers, transformed vague knowledge about Oregon country into practical guidance. While Fremont is remembered as the Pathfinder, his expeditions relied heavily on the expertise of Kit Carson and other seasoned guides who had already travelled these routes extensively. By 1843, when the first major wagon train of approximately 1,000 people departed Independence, Missouri, the Oregon Trail wasn't a sudden inspiration, but the culmination of decades of exploration. indigenous knowledge, economic necessity, missionary zeal, and careful mapping. These pioneers weren't venturing into an unmapped wilderness, but following an increasingly well-documented route toward what they hoped would be better lives. The story of the Oregon Trail's origins reveals how great migrations rarely spring fully formed from a single catalyst, but develop through complex interplays of geography, economics, politics, and human determination, a theme that would continue as the trail evolved from a hazardous journey into America's most consequential migration route. Popular culture has reduced the Oregon Trail to covered wagons and oxen, but the 2,170-mile journey spurred remarkable technological adaptations that changed American transportation forever. The challenges of traversing a continent necessitated practical innovation at every stage, establishing a mobile laboratory for 19th century ingenuity. The prairie schooner, the iconic covered wagon, was itself a specialised adaptation of the larger Conestoga wagon used in eastern freight hauling. These wagons, specifically designed for the western journey, it weighed approximately 1,300 pounds when empty, compared to the Conestoga's 3,000 pounds. Their beds were sealed with tar to float across rivers, while their white canvas covers were treated with linseed oil for waterproofing. The hooped canvas cover wasn't merely for protection from the elements. Its shape was deliberately designed to create air circulation, reducing interior temperatures on scorching prairie days. Inventors built fortunes supplying specialized equipment to emigrants. In St. Joseph, Missouri, blacksmith Joseph Murphy developed a reputation for crafting Western wagons, with innovative features like the ascend axles that could be greased without removing the wheels, and reinforced wheel hubs that withstood the trail's punishment. By 1850, Murphy's wagon factory employed over 200 workers producing trail-specific designs. Similarly, gunsmith Horace Dimmick created the Plains rifle, a hybrid firearm combining the accuracy of a rifle with the easy loading of a smoothbore musket, perfect for travellers who needed reliable hunting capabilities without specialised expertise. Contrary to romantic notions, pioneers weren't self-sufficient isolationists, but participants in a sophisticated supply chain. Entrepreneurs established outfit registries in departure towns, essentially early information bureaus where travellers could register their skills, blacksmithing, medical knowledge, carpentry and equipment, extra wagons, tools, draft animals. These registries matched complementary parties to mutually beneficial travelling companies. One registry operator noted in his 1849 records that he had matched 17 parties with needed physicians and 11 with wheelwrights, greatly improving their prospects for safe arrival. The Oregon Trail drove innovation in food preservation beyond the familiar pemmican and hardtack. Sylvester Graham, creator of the Graham cracker, developed specialized journey cakes, fortified with additional nutrients specifically for Western travelers. More significantly, witnessing trail deaths from contaminated milk inspired Gale Borden to develop condensed milk, which he patented in 1856 after years of experimentation. His innovation, motivated by Trailblade's trail hardships, would later save countless lives during the Civil War and transform food preservation globally. River crossings presented some of the trail's greatest technological challenges. At major crossings, entrepreneurs established ferry services using innovative flat-bottomed craft with guide ropes. By 1850, Cornelius Oregon Smith had built a remarkable pontoon bridge across the Kansas River, constructed of empty sealed barrels as flotation devices, demonstrating how the trail spurred practical engineering. After multiple drownings at the dangerous crossing of the Green River in Wyoming, mountain man William Sublette developed a unique ferry design using indigenous-inspired bull boats, bison hide stretched over willow frames, scaled up to accommodate wagons. The risk of becoming lost prompted the development of sophisticated navigational tools beyond compasses. Thomas Jefferson Farnham published Travels in the Great Western Prairies in 1843, which included the first topographical guide to the trail, with landmark sketches travellers could identify from any approach angle. Entrepreneur J.H. Colton produced specialised emigrant maps printed on linen. These maps, designed to withstand rain and rough handling, replaced paper. Some maps incorporated innovative panoramic views of mountain passes and river crossings from multiple angles to help travellers confirm they were on the correct path. Perhaps the most remarkable technological adaptation was in the area of communication. Using tree caches, travellers developed an emigrant mail system to leave messages for later travellers. By 1850, This had evolved into a sophisticated relay system where eastbound travellers would carry letters from those further west, and established post trees became known relay points. At Independence Rock in present-day Wyoming, travellers didn't merely carve their names, they recorded detailed information about water sources, grass conditions, and Indian relations ahead, creating a constantly updated intelligence network. Some innovations failed spectacularly. The Prairie Motor of 1845, a sail-powered wagon that worked brilliantly on flat terrain until the first serious wind tipped it over, remains a cautionary tale. Wind-powered water pumps designed for trail use proved too delicate for travel, but later became staples of Western settlement. The trail functioned as both laboratory and testing ground, where practical solutions either proved their worth or were rapidly abandoned. By understanding the Oregon Trail as a corridor of technological adaptation, rather than merely a path westward, we gain insight into how the journey itself transformed America. The pragmatic innovations it demanded, from specialized transportation to food preservation, laid the groundwork for industrial developments that would reshape the nation in subsequent decades. The Oregon Trail wasn't just a geographic link connecting east and west. It was an incubator for practical problem-solving that accelerated American technological development far beyond the journey itself. While school lessons typically frame the Oregon Trail as a pioneering adventure, it was fundamentally an economic endeavour of staggering proportions. The financial realities of the migration represent one of history's most overlooked aspects of this pivotal American journey. Preparing for the Oregon Trail required substantial capital investment. By the mid-1840s, outfitting a family of 4 for the journey cost approximately $600 to $800, equivalent to about $22,000 to $30,000 in today's currency. The cost included a wagon, $85, oxen teams, $50 per yoke, food supplies, $150, tools, weapons, and numerous specialized items. Consequently, the Oregon Trail was not primarily traveled by the destitute, but by middle-class farmers and tradespeople with significant resources to invest in relocation. Economic preparations often began years before departure. Families sold farms and businesses, called in debts, and liquidated non-essential possessions. Many worked additional jobs for several years to accumulate the necessary funds. Meticulous financial planning became a hallmark of successful emigrants. Samuel Parker of Illinois kept a remarkable preparation ledger beginning in 1841, documenting every purchase and sale made in preparation for his family's 1845 departure. His financial strategy included specifically planting flax and tobacco in his final 2 eastern harvests, crops that commanded premium prices with minimal land use. The journey itself generated a sophisticated economic ecosystem along the trail. By the late 1840s, over 150 businesses had been established at key points along the route. Trading posts evolved from simple supply caches into complex commercial operations. At Fort Laramie, Wyoming, ledgers from 1849 to 1852 show transactions not merely for supplies, but for services including wagon repair, $5 to $8, oxen shoeing, $1.50 per hoof, letter forwarding, $1 per letter, and even wagon storage for those who decided to continue on horseback, $3 per month. The development of specialized trail occupations remains largely unexplored in conventional histories. Ferrymen at river crossings could earn $500 to $1,500 during a single migration season. Wheelwrights traveled the trail, offering repairs at premium prices. Trail guides charged $75 to $150 per vehicle for partial route guidance. One entrepreneurial individual, James Pritchard, made his fortune not by going to Oregon, but by operating a mobile blacksmith shop that travelled back and forth along the first 500 miles of the trail during migration seasons between 1848 and 1855. The economics of the trail involved sophisticated risk management strategies. Wagon companies frequently pooled resources, creating informal insurance arrangements where members would help replace lost cattle or repair damaged wagons for others in their party. Formal insurance also emerged. The Missouri Protection Company, established in 1846, offered trail insurance for 5% of the insured value of goods and equipment, with additional premiums for livestock coverage. Their surviving records show they paid claims for equipment losses, medical expenses, and even death benefits. Indigenous economic relationships with travellers were far more complex than the raiding narratives that dominate popular accounts. Many native nations established sophisticated trading relationships with emigrants. The Sioux and Cheyenne operated trading camps at critical junctures, exchanging fresh meat and moccasins for cloth, metal tools, and Shush coffee. The Shoshone became particularly known for their horse trading expertise along the Idaho section of the trail, with documented exchanges showing they commanded premium prices for quality mounts. Far from being mere barriers to westward travel, many indigenous groups became essential economic partners, with profits from trade helping offset the negative impacts of increased traffic through their territories. One of the trail's most significant economic impacts was wealth redistribution. Emigrants frequently discovered their carefully planned supplies were too heavy for their wagons, particularly when ascending the Rocky Mountains. This phenomenon led to massive discarding of property along the trail, so much that scavenging became a profitable enterprise. Trail gleaning operations emerged, with entrepreneurs collecting abandoned items and reshipping them eastward or selling them to less prepared travellers. One Wyoming businessman, Thomas Farlow, built a substantial mercantile business almost entirely from refurbished items recovered from emigrant dumping grounds near South Pass. The financial outcomes of Oregon Trail migration varied dramatically. Studies of land claim records show that approximately 20% of arrivals achieved significant prosperity within 5 years. 60% established stable but modest holdings, while 20% either returned eastward or remained in perpetual financial difficulty. The variable outcomes reflected both the luck of weather and timing, but also the preparation and adaptability of individual emigrants. Those who arrived with specialised skills beyond farming, blacksmithing, milling, merchandising, generally achieved greater economic success than those relying solely on agriculture. Perhaps the most misunderstood economic aspect of the Oregon Trail was its role in America's first significant land speculation boom. The Donation Land Claim Act of 1850 offered married couples a full square mile of land, 640 acres, 4 times what most farmers had owned in the East. This unprecedented opportunity attracted not just settlers, but investors. Records from Portland, Oregon, show that by 1853, approximately 15% of land claims were being held by speculators rather than working settlers, with some individuals controlling dozens of claims through various proxy arrangements. The economic windfall of essentially free land represented wealth transfer on a scale rarely seen in American history. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as an economic phenomenon rather than merely a pioneering adventure, we gain insight into how it fundamentally reshaped American wealth distribution, created new commercial patterns, and established economic relationships that would define the American West for generations to come. The traditional narrative of the Oregon Trail relegates women to background figures, stalwart wives following their husbands' dreams west. Reality reveals a far more complex picture, where women were active decision-makers, skilled contributors, and occasionally the primary advocates for Western migration. Family records show women often initiated the decision to emigrate. Analysis of emigrant journals indicates that in approximately 20% of families, wives were the primary proponents of relocation. Economic opportunities specifically for women, including land ownership rights unavailable in eastern states, motivated many female-driven migration decisions. The 1850 donation epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Egon Territory, direct ownership of half the family's land claim, a revolutionary concept when most eastern states still adhered to coverture laws, placing all family property under male control. Elizabeth Smith Geer, whose detailed 1847 trail journal chronicles her family's journey from Illinois to Oregon's Willamette Valley, wrote candidly, "It was I who wore down my husband's objections, not from restlessness, but from clear-eyed calculation of what Oregon offered our daughters." Her journal meticulously tracked the economic variables of their journey, including detailed accounting of supplies and realistic projections of land productivity in their destination, demonstrating that women were often the financial strategists of family migration. The journey itself demanded role flexibility that challenged Victorian gender norms. Women routinely handled firearms, drove wagons, and managed livestock, skills many had developed on eastern farms, but which the trail elevated from occasional assistance to necessary expertise. Rebecca Ketchum's 1853 journal includes detailed technical discussions of wagon repair techniques she developed, including an innovative method for resetting damaged wheel hubs using water immersion and controlled drying that was adopted by other travellers in her company. Medical care on the trail fell predominantly to women. While trail narratives often emphasised the dangers of childbirth during the journey, women's medical work extended far beyond midwifery. Female practitioners treated injuries, managed infectious diseases, and performed emergency procedures, including bullet extractions and bone settings. Tabitha Brown, who travelled to Oregon in 1846 at age 66, documented treating over 130 medical cases during her journey. After establishing herself in Oregon's Willamette Valley, she founded a boarding school that eventually grew into Pacific University, demonstrating how skills developed on the trail translated into institutional building in the West. Indigenous women played crucial roles in trail dynamics rarely acknowledged in traditional histories. Many served as cultural intermediaries, facilitating trade and diplomatic relations between travellers and native nations. The Sioux woman, known in records only as Mary, operated a trading post at the Platte River crossing from 1847 to 1851, where she not only exchanged goods, but also provided emigrants with critical information about trail conditions ahead. Sacagawea's famous role with Lewis and Clark established a pattern of indigenous female guides that continued throughout the trail era. Entrepreneurship among trail women manifested in various forms. Some operated mobile businesses during the journey, with journals referencing women who offered laundering services, baked goods, or tailoring at evening encampments. Sarah Bowman, known as the Great Western, due to her 6-foot height, established eating establishments at major trail stopping points in the 1840s, eventually building a network of restaurants from Missouri to California. Her business records show annual profits exceeding $5,000, an exceptional sum for the era. The trail journey reshaped family dynamics in ways that persisted in Western settlements. Trail companies typically functioned as direct democracies, with each family having a vote in decisions. Although men officially represented families in these votes, evidence from multiple journals indicates women actively participated in pre-vote discussions and strategizing. This democratic experience influenced later advocacy for women's suffrage in Western territories. It's no coincidence that Wyoming Territory was the first to grant women voting rights in 1869, with Western states consistently leading suffrage efforts. Many women who had demonstrated their capability and judgment on the Oregon Trail were unwilling to accept political disenfranchisement in their new homes. Intellectual and artistic contributions by women documented the trail experience with distinctive perspectives. While men's journals typically focused on mileage, geographic features, and livestock conditions, women's accounts more frequently included detailed social observations, emotional impacts of the journey, and cultural interactions. British traveller Isabella Bird, journeying in 1854, produced botanical sketches of over 200 plant species along the trail, many previously undocumented. Her scientific contributions were initially published under a male pseudonym, but were later recognised for their remarkable accuracy and detail. The hardships of trail life disproportionately affected women's physical health. Recent analysis of medical records and journals indicates women experienced higher rates of certain trail-specific health issues, including severe sunburn due to the bonnet designs that protected faces but exposed necks, kidney infections from dehydration and limited privacy for urination, and hand injuries from constant camp setup and food preparation. Despite these challenges, statistical analysis of trail fatalities shows women actually survived at higher rates than men, challenging the assumption of female fragility that pervades many historical accounts. Upon reaching Oregon, women's work proved crucial in establishing viable communities. Beyond domestic responsibilities, women established schools, founded mutual aid societies, and created economic cooperatives. The Aurora Colony in Oregon's Willamette Valley, founded in 1856, operated largely through women's collective management of agriculture and textile production. Their communal approach to childcare and food preparation allowed for specialised labour development that significantly enhanced the colony's productivity compared to individual family settlements. By centering women's experiences and contributions, we gain a more accurate understanding of the Oregon Trail as not merely a male-driven conquest of territory, but a complex social. The success of migration hinged on the full participation and leadership of women at every stage, from the initial decision to depart to the establishment of sustainable Western communities. The environmental history of the Oregon Trail extends far beyond picturesque wagon trains crossing pristine landscapes. The migration corridor became one of the 19th century's most significant zones of ecological transformation, creating environmental changes that remain visible today. The physical imprint of the trail itself constituted an unprecedented alteration of the Great Plains landscape. By 1850, The main route had been travelled by approximately 55,000 people driving 30,000 wagons and 350,000 livestock animals. This concentrated traffic created a road averaging 10 feet wide, but expanding to nearly 100 feet wide in places as travellers sought untrampled grass. Wagon wheels cutting through prairie sod created permanent troughs that channeled rainfall, eventually carving gullies that altered local hydrology. Modern remote sensing technologies have identified over 3,000 miles of permanent trail-caused erosion features that continue to affect water flow patterns across the Great Plains and Intermountain West. Animal ecology along the corridor experienced dramatic disruption. Bison herds, which had traditionally migrated across the plains in predictable patterns, altered their movements to avoid the trail corridor. Naturalist John Townsend observed in 1847 that bison were rarely seen within 5 miles of the main trail, creating what he called a road-shaped vacancy in their distribution. This redistribution of keystone herbivores triggered cascading ecosystem effects, altering vegetation patterns and predator distributions throughout the region. The trail's most significant and rapid environmental impact came through plant community changes. Wagon wheels functioned as remarkably efficient seed dispersal mechanisms. Studies of trail corridor vegetation show approximately 145 to 175 European and Eastern plant species were introduced along the route between 1840 and 1860. Some introductions were deliberate, as emigrants carried familiar herbs and vegetables. Others were accidental seeds caught in wagon wheels, animal hooves, or clothing. By 1855, distinct corridors of non-native vegetation clearly marked the trail's path across the plains. Not all ecological exchanges moved westward. Eastern nursery operators actively sought western plant specimens from returning travellers. The Llewellyn Nursery of Philadelphia offered financial bounties for viable seeds of western flowers and trees, receiving over 200 species from Oregon Trail returnees between 1847 and 1853. Many ornamental plants common in eastern gardens today, including several varieties of penstemon and Oregon grape holly, entered commercial horticulture through these trail-enabled exchanges. The trail's most devastating ecological impact involved water resources. Emigrant parties typically travelled in spring and summer, precisely when western water sources were most vulnerable to contamination. Each evening, hundreds of animals and humans would concentrate around limited water sources. Diaries describe streams and springs becoming muddy, trampled, and contaminated with animal waste. Epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Cholera outbreaks in 1849 and 1850 led to infected waste contaminating water sources used by subsequent travellers and indigenous communities, creating disease vectors that reached far beyond the trail corridor. Timber resources faced particular pressure from trail travel. Each wagon party required wood for cooking and warmth, creating zones of deforestation around major camping areas. At Fort Laramie, historical photographs from 1845 show substantial cottonwood groves along the North Platte River. By 1857, these riparian forests had been reduced to scattered individual trees, fundamentally altering the riverine ecosystem and causing accelerated bank erosion. Similar deforestation occurred at all major stopping points, with ecological effects that persisted for generations. Indigenous ecological management systems, developed over centuries to maintain productive landscapes, were disrupted by trail traffic. The Pawnee practice of controlled prairie burning, which maintained optimal grass composition for both bison and human food plants, became impossible to implement safely with constant wagon traffic. The annual hunting migrations of mounted Lakota and Cheyenne bands were interrupted by the need to avoid or engage with emigrant trains. As these traditional landscape management practices diminished, ecosystem composition began shifting toward less productive arrangements. Wildlife population changes occurred with surprising rapidity. Wolves and bears, initially common along the eastern portions of the trail, retreated from the corridor within a decade of heavy traffic. Beaver populations, already depleted by the fur trade, faced additional pressure as emigrants trapped them for food and pelts at critical water crossings. Meanwhile, opportunistic species, including ravens, coyotes, and certain rodents, thrived in the modified environment, expanding their populations along the trail corridor. The trail's impact extended to climate perception and expectations. Emigrant journals reveal evolving understandings of Western environments. Early travellers frequently described the plains as a desert, not meaning dunes, but using the 19th century definition of lands unsuitable for conventional Eastern agriculture. By the 1850s, promotional literature and guidebooks challenged this perception, advancing theories that rain follows the plough and claiming settlement would transform the climate. These optimistic misconceptions would later contribute to the Dust Bowl when farming expanded into regions with inadequate rainfall. The environmental legacy of the Oregon Trail persists in subtle but measurable ways. Modern botanical surveys reveal distinct patterns of non-native vegetation still following the historic route. Genetic studies of trout populations in streams crossing the trail show evidence of historic transplantation, as emigrants occasionally transported live fish in water barrels. Remote sensing reveals persistent changes in soil composition and hydrology along the corridor, creating what scientists now term a landscape legacy that remains visible nearly 2 centuries later. By understanding the Oregon Trail as an environmental event rather than merely a human migration, we gain insight into how 19th century population movements created lasting ecological transformations. The journey wasn't simply through nature, but represented a fundamental reworking of environmental relationships that would define the American West for centuries to come. Traditional narratives of the Oregon Trail often portray indigenous emigrant relations through a simplistic binary, either romanticize peaceful encounters or sensationalize conflicts. The reality reveals a complex spectrum of cultural exchanges, diplomatic negotiations, and evolving relationships that transformed both native and Euro-American societies. Language development along the trail corridor illustrates the depth of these cultural interactions. By the 1850s, a distinct trail pidgin had emerged, a simplified trade language combining English with Lakota, Shoshone, and other indigenous language elements. This practical communication system facilitated trade and diplomacy between travelers and various native nations. Phrases documented in emigrant journals show linguistic borrowing in both directions. Lakota words for geographic features entered emigrants' vocabulary, while indigenous traders incorporated English terms for trade goods. William Elsey, documenting his 1849 journey, recorded learning 37 Shoshone expressions specifically for negotiating river crossings and livestock exchanges. Records from Fort Laramie and Fort Hall reveal the evolution of complex diplomatic protocols. Rather than random encounters, interactions between emigrant parties and indigenous nations followed increasingly formalized patterns. By the late 1840s, Lakota and Cheyenne representatives routinely met emigrant parties at specific locations, expecting ceremonial exchanges, including tobacco offerings and formal speeches, before negotiations could begin. These diplomatic rituals reflected indigenous political concepts of building alliance relationships rather than simple commercial transactions. The trail stimulated significant material culture exchanges. Trade ledgers and emigrant journals document the high value placed on indigenous-produced goods, including moccasins, parfleche containers, and specialized winter clothing. Archaeological excavations of trail campsites reveal widespread adoption of indigenous material technologies. At emigrant campsites near South Pass, fragments of parfleche containers made from rawhide show evidence of Euro-American manufacture using indigenous techniques, suggesting technological adaptation rather than simple trade acquisition. Medical knowledge flowed bidirectionally along the trail. Emigrant journals document adopting indigenous remedies for trail-specific ailments, particularly treatments for dysentery using Oregon grapefruit and willow bark preparations for pain relief. Simultaneously, native practitioners incorporated elements of Euro-American medicine, particularly in wound treatment techniques. The Journal of Margaret Scott, travelling in 1847, describes extensive medical consultations with a Shoshone healer who combined traditional plant remedies with suturing techniques learned from army surgeons at Fort Hall. Religious interactions along the trail corridor were more complex than the missionary convert narrative suggests. While some emigrants undertook explicit proselytizing, journals reveal widespread curiosity about indigenous spiritual practices. Thomas Fletcher's 1846 journal describes his family participating in the Pawnee healing ceremony when his wife fell ill, noting they found more comfort in their sincere prayers than in our own preachers' distant formalities. Conversely, some indigenous individuals selectively incorporated Christian elements into traditional practices, creating syncretic spiritual approaches that served as bridges between worldviews. Food systems underwent significant exchange and adaptation. Emigrants adopted indigenous techniques for preparing bison, processing wild plants, and finding water sources. The pemmican that became a trail staple was directly adapted from indigenous food preservation methods. Meanwhile, native communities near established trail crossings incorporated new cultivars from emigrant seed stocks into their agricultural systems. Archaeological evidence from Shoshone winter camps of the 1850s shows incorporation of European cabbage, turnips, and peas into traditional plant food inventories. Sexual relationships and marriage formed another dimension of cultural exchange, though often under problematic power dynamics. Records indicate approximately 400 to 500 formal marriages between male emigrants and indigenous women between 1840 and 1860, with many more short-term relationships. These unions sometimes created bicultural mediators who facilitated broader community relationships. Children of these relationships often served as cultural bridges. Individuals like Edward Chambreau, son of a French-Canadian trader and Chinook mother, who worked as an interpreter at Fort Vancouver and later wrote valuable accounts of shifting cultural dynamics along the trail. Gift exchanges represented a key point of cultural misunderstanding. Indigenous diplomatic traditions emphasized gift-giving as establishing ongoing relationships rather than simple generosity. Many emigrants, interpreting gifts through their own cultural lens, failed to recognize the reciprocal obligations being established. This cultural disconnect contributed to tensions when native representatives later expected reciprocal assistance or access to resources that emigrants considered their exclusive property. By the 1850s, adaptive cultural patterns had emerged in communities along the trail corridor. Indian agents' reports document indigenous groups who seasonally relocated to position themselves advantageously for trail trade, developing specialized trade goods and services for emigrants. The Lenape, Delaware, guide Black Beaver developed a successful enterprise leading emigrant parties through the most challenging sections of the trail, charging premium prices while incorporating both indigenous knowledge and Euro-American business practices. His service represented not capitulation to white expansion, but strategic adaptation to changing economic realities. The environmental knowledge exchange was particularly significant. Indigenous guides shared sophisticated understanding of Western ecosystems, teaching emigrants to identify edible plants, predict weather patterns, and locate water sources. This knowledge transfer played a crucial role in emigrant survival, but has been largely erased from popular narratives that emphasize pioneer self-sufficiency. Emigrant William Clayton's detailed 1847 journal attributes over 40 specific survival strategies to information gained from Shoshone guides, including techniques for finding potable water in apparently dry landscapes. The cultural legacy of these trail encounters shaped the developing American West in ways that persist today. Legal concepts, including usufruct rights, using land without owning it, entered Western water law through exposure to indigenous resource management systems. Agricultural techniques adapted from native practices influenced the development of dryland farming. Even Western architectural elements, including specific adaptations for extreme temperature variations, show evidence of indigenous influence. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as a corridor of cultural exchange rather than simply a pathway for one-directional settlement, we gain insight into how the American West developed through complex negotiations between worldviews. The resulting cultural adaptations created hybrid practices that were neither purely European nor indigenous, but distinctly Western, a legacy that continues to shape regional identity nearly 2 centuries later. The Oregon Trail ended for most emigrants in the Willamette Valley, but its impact on American identity and geography continues. How we remember and misremember this exodus reflects our current ideals as much as it does historical events. Land modification continued after the last wagons arrived. Early environmental historian William Least Heat Moon described how path features shaped settlement patterns. About 85% of major trail campgrounds became towns, with their positions established by a 19th century wagon transit. Rather than geographic advantage, route logistics determined the locations of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, and Baker City, Oregon, showing how a transient migrant corridor permanently changed Western human geography. After the Transcontinental Railroad opened in 1869, the trail was abandoned, but its cultural significance changed immediately. Local historical organizations began erecting monuments and markers in the 1870s, starting America's most remembered migration path. Early commemorations focused on conquest and civilization, ignoring indigenous presence and the environmental costs of westward development. The 1897 Salt Lake City Pioneer Monument, with its triumphant masculine figure atop a classical column, reflected this heroic framing. One of the first instructional computer games introduced the path to American education. Minnesota instructors Don Ravitch, Bill Heinemann, and Paul Dillenberger created the 1971 Oregon Trail computer simulation, which has taught generations of pupils a simplified version of the migration. Although popular for its "you-have died of dysentery" moments, the game oversimplified myths of rugged individualism and eliminated complicated social institutions that permitted successful migration. The Oregon National Historic Trail was one of the original national historic routes constructed by the National Park Service during the 1970s American bicentennial celebrations. Over 300 miles of trail ruts and landmarks were preserved in this operation. The first interpretive frameworks emphasized pioneer experiences while downplaying indigenous perspectives and environmental repercussions. Modern archaeology has changed trail dynamics. Material remains from important camping places show intricate cultural interchange patterns. At Oregon Trail Crossing, sites along the Snake River, archaeological assemblages include both modified indigenous implements and European artifacts, reused utilizing indigenous methods, demonstrating bidirectional cultural influence lacking from traditional narratives. These material culture studies have emphasized women's perspectives, whose household artifacts offer insights not found in male-authored writings. Genetic legacy is one of the trail's biggest yet least discussed effects. Based on population studies, 11 to 14% of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho inhabitants are Oregon Trail descendants. More interestingly, genetic markers associated with Oregon Trail pioneer families are statistically significant in Western indigenous communities, indicating extensive marriages and interactions despite societal taboos. This biological legacy undermines conventional theories of separate development and shows how intertwined these groups became. Trail environmental impacts are receiving more scientific study. Botanical surveys in the 1990s found non-native vegetation corridors following the historic route, with specific invasive species distribution still tracing the trail's passage across areas without physical remains. Nutrient profiles from thousands of livestock animals' concentrated feces continue to affect flora patterns, according to soil chemistry research. These studies show that even brief human migrations can leave lasting ecological impacts. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation created the pioneering Tamast. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Indigenous viewpoints dominate the Oregon Trail narrative at the trailblazing Tamast Cultural Institute near Pendleton, Oregon, created by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Indigenous nations are considered sovereign peoples whose territory was transected by foreign migration, not as barriers to westward progress. This interpretative method has impacted other path sites, changing the focus from conquest to intricate cultural relations. The trail evolves in American public memory. Victorialist narratives like Francis Parkman's 1849 The Oregon Trail have given way to more nuanced studies of cultural complexity, environmental cost, and various experiences. Film depictions have also changed, from John Wayne's The Big Trail 1930 to Kelly Reichardt's Meek's Cutoff 2010, which emphasizes women's viewpoints and Paiute guide help. These cultural productions shape American Western historical perceptions. Digital humanities projects have changed 21st century trail scholarship. The University of Oregon's Mapping History project has generated interactive GIS overlays depicting indigenous territorial claims and emigrant pathways, contradicting the idea of empty land ready for settlement. In digitized emigrant journals, linguistic patterns like the gradual adoption of indigenous terminology for landscapes and natural features as travelers moved westward have been found, revealing subtle cultural influences that traditional historical methods miss. Climate change has led to unexpected trail junctions. Western landscapes are experiencing severe drought, revealing trail ruts formerly hidden by greenery. Extreme weather frequently threatens archaeological sites. The Oregon-California Trails Association is working with climate scientists to identify vulnerable historic places and prioritize restoration before priceless physical evidence is lost. History has compared 19th century cholera epidemics along the trail to present pandemics, exploring how earlier Americans balanced risk assessment, changed social practices, and established public health solutions under crisis situations. Medical historians have examined emigrant journals for disease signs and cures, providing historical epidemiology case studies that explain how contagious diseases spread along migration corridors. Economic evaluations increasingly acknowledge the trail's role in American capitalism's growth. One of history's largest natural resource redistributions occurred when the Trail of Tears migration transferred indigenous land wealth to Euro-American possession. This wealth transfer created financial patterns that continue to shape Western economic growth, including inequities between indigenous populations and descendants of settlers who received free land. Modern economic justice movements have highlighted these historical inequalities. The Oregon Trail's legacy is confusing for modern Americans. It symbolizes inspiring determination and unsettling displacement, incredible cooperation and cultural misunderstanding, and environmental adaptability and ecological destruction. In an era of global migration and environmental change, its most important lesson may be how it shows how human movements are intertwined with natural and cultural systems. The trail's physical remnants are progressively vanishing due to the development and natural processes, but its influence on American West settlement patterns, ecology, genetics, and culture persists. These numerous aspects help us comprehend how a transient migratory corridor permanently changed a continent and continues to shape American identity nearly 2 centuries after the first wagons went westward. That concludes our story coverage of the Oregon Trail for the time being. But if this story did not put you to sleep, this video has some more engaging material that will surely help. I genuinely hope you can find the time to get the best sleep possible so you can wake up feeling refreshed. I know that sometimes something works, sometimes it doesn't want to. It happens. One thing I learned is that indigenous is my new favourite word, considering I found myself saying it so much. It just rolls off the tongue well, I guess. Anyway, my friends, sleep tight and have a restful night. In the year 1325, a 21-year-old legal scholar from Tangier named Ibn Battuta mounted his horse to embark on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. What distinguished this particular journey was not its beginning but its end, or rather, the absence of one. When Ibn Battuta finally returned home nearly 3 decades later, he had traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories equivalent to roughly 44 modern countries. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his story is that travelling was never his passion or intention. Unlike Marco Polo, whose mercantile family had prepared him for journeys abroad, or Zheng He, who commanded massive Chinese treasure fleets with imperial backing, Ibn Battuta stumbled into exploration almost accidentally. His contemporaries would have considered him bookish and conventional, a devout adherent to the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence who had memorized the Quran and studied legal precedents. His earliest writings reveal a young man more concerned with proper prayer techniques than with adventures in distant lands. I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer nor caravan whose party I might join, he wrote of his departure. His statement was not the romanticised declaration of an intrepid explorer, but the lament of a somewhat anxious young man. The solitude was not by choice. He had missed the pilgrim caravan while attending his sister's funeral. Ibn Battuta's first transformative experience came not from natural wonders or architectural marvels, but through an unexpected fever that struck him outside the town of Tunis. Delirious and alone, he fell from his horse and was discovered by a passing traveller who nursed him back to health. This stranger, a Tunisian poet returning from Al-Andalus, shared stories of courts he had visited while Ibn Battuta recuperated. The young jurist's world expanded through these second-hand tales before he had even left North Africa. Upon reaching Alexandria, Ibn Battuta encountered another pivotal figure, a mystic named Burhan al-Din, who lived in isolation in the city's lighthouse. During their meeting, the holy man made an astonishing prediction. "You will visit my brother Farid in India, my brother Rukn al-Din in Sind, and my brother Burhan al-Din in China. Convey my greetings to them." Ibn Battuta would later claim this prophecy guided his extended travels, though historians note these destinations weren't uncommon for medieval Muslim travellers. His early journey revealed a complex tension in his character. While he craved the prestige of scholarly appointments, he repeatedly abandoned secure positions after brief tenures. In Damascus, he secured a respectable judgeship but departed after just days. The same pattern occurred in Delhi years later. This behavioural inconsistency puzzled his contemporaries and continues to challenge modern biographers. The geographic scope of Ibn Battuta's travels exceeded even the expansive Muslim world of his time, yet he maintained a peculiar form of provincialism throughout, often rejecting local customs despite his exposure to them. He travelled through societies with dramatically different norms, but remained committed to judging them by the standards of his Maghrebi upbringing. Unlike many travellers whose horizons broadened through exposure to different cultures, Ibn Battuta frequently hardened his positions when confronted with alternative perspectives. What truly distinguished him was not his openness to new experiences, but his remarkable adaptability within his own rigid framework. He could navigate foreign courts, establish temporary households in distant cities, and integrate himself into trading networks without fundamentally changing his worldview. This paradoxical quality, being simultaneously adaptable and inflexible, defined both his travels and his written account. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his first Hajj in 1326, something had fundamentally shifted in his approach to life. Though he had fulfilled his religious obligation, he chose not to return home, but instead headed north toward Iraq. His explanation was characteristically straightforward. I set out, not knowing to what land my journey would lead me. The reluctant traveller had discovered something unexpected, not a passion for exploration, but a curious restlessness that would propel him across continents for the next 24 years. The greatest misconception about Ibn Battuta's travels concerns the economics that supported his decades of movement across continents. Unlike state-sponsored explorers or wealthy merchants, he funded his extraordinary odyssey through a patchwork of what we might now call gig work, leveraging his credentials in a system that modern travellers would barely recognise. The medieval Islamic world operated on a sophisticated network of patronage that rewarded learned men who crossed borders. This system, known as the adab culture, valued the cross-pollination of ideas through travelling scholars. Ibn Battuta exploited this economy with remarkable skill, transforming his Maliki legal training into a portable career that functioned across cultural boundaries. In Cairo, he served briefly as an assistant qadi, judge, hearing minor cases relating to commercial disputes. In Damascus, he leveraged recommendations from previous hosts to secure temporary teaching appointments. These positions rarely lasted more than a few months, but they provided critical financial resources and enhanced his credentials for the next destination. When I arrived in any city, he noted, a particularly candid passage, the first places I visited were the mosques and madrasas, seeking out the renowned scholars of each town. These meetings were not merely scholarly exchanges, but calculated networking opportunities. A favourable impression might result in an invitation to dinner, temporary lodging, or, most valuable of all, letter of introduction to influential figures in the next city on his route. His most lucrative opportunities came through the system of diplomatic gift exchange. When rulers dispatched envoys to foreign courts, they often included scholars in their delegations. Ibn Battuta secured these appointments multiple times. Most lucratively, when Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi designated him as an envoy to the Yuan dynasty in China. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed, the appointment came with substantial compensation, including 13 bags of gold coins that financed his subsequent travels through Southeast Asia. Ibn Battuta's financial strategies occasionally bordered on exploitation. He became adept at what historians have termed credential inflation, gradually elevating his claimed expertise and authority as he moved farther from North Africa, where his actual qualifications might be verified. By the time he reached the Maldives, he presented himself as a chief legal authority despite having only modest training in his youth. His pattern of accumulating and abandoning wives reveals another dimension of his economic approach to travel. Throughout his journeys, he married at least 10 women across various regions, though some scholars suggest the actual number exceeded 15. These marriages offered him integration into local communities, household management during extended stays, and, crucially, access to dowries and matrimonial gifts. When departing a region, he typically divorced these women, sometimes leaving behind children as well. The material reality of long-distance travel in the 14th century imposed constraints that shaped Ibn Battuta's itinerary. He deliberately followed trade routes where caravanserais offered secure lodging, avoided territories without established Muslim communities, and timed his journeys to coincide with merchant caravans that provided safety in numbers. His account downplays the pragmatic considerations that determined his path. Instead, emphasizing religious motivations or pure wanderlust. Perhaps most remarkably, Ibn Battuta operated within an economic system that valued his very foreignness. As courts throughout the Islamic world sought to demonstrate their cosmopolitanism, hosting travellers from distant regions became a form of cultural capital. The Moroccan scholar could leverage his exotic background, increasingly embellished as he travelled, into opportunities that local scholars couldn't access. This created a self-reinforcing cycle. The farther he travelled, the more valuable his presence became to subsequent hosts. When resources failed, as they occasionally did, Ibn Battuta resorted to more desperate measures. In the steppes north of the Black Sea, he was robbed of nearly all possessions and survived by attaching himself to a passing caravan as an informal religious advisor. In the mountains of Turkey, he worked briefly as a copyist, producing manuscripts for a local madrasa. These episodes of vulnerability rarely appear in his polished narrative, but emerge through inconsistencies in his timeline and oblique references. By the time Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco in 1349, he had mastered the economic architecture of medieval travel, transforming his modest legal credentials into a career that spanned continents and cultures. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta portrays him as a solitary male traveller moving through a world dominated by men. Yet his own account, when read against the grain, reveals dozens of women who profoundly influenced his experiences, provided critical assistance, and occasionally redirected his journey entirely. Their stories, often reduced to brief mentions in his text, illuminate aspects of medieval Islamic society typically obscured in historical accounts. In Damascus, Ibn Battuta encountered Zainab bint Ahmad, a scholar who held the prized ijaza, teaching license, for the collected works of hadith scholar al-Bukhari. Despite his own legal training, Ibn Battuta lacked this prestigious credential. He studied under her for several months, joining classes that included both male and female students, before receiving his own ijaza. That a male scholar from Morocco would seek instruction from a woman challenges simplified narratives about gender in medieval Islamic education. The most remarkable woman I met, Ibn Battuta wrote unexpectedly, was the Turkish princess Bayalun. This daughter of the Byzantine emperor had married the Mongol Khan Özbeg but maintained her Christian faith. When the Khan dispatched her to visit her father in Constantinople, Ibn Battuta secured permission to join her entourage, providing him rare access to Byzantine territories typically closed to Muslim travellers. Throughout this journey, Bayalun effectively served as his protector and guide, determining the itinerary and managing diplomatic interactions. In the Maldives, where Ibn Battuta served briefly as chief judge, he described a society with striking features of matriarchality, where husbands moved into the households of their wives and women maintained control over their residences even after divorce. He noted with evident discomfort, no man would eat food except what has been prepared in his wife's house, and to eat in one's own house would bring great shame. His attempts to impose stricter gender segregation during his judgeship generated significant resistance from local women, ultimately contributing to his departure from the islands. His most consequential romance occurred in Bukhara with a merchant's daughter named Aisha. Though he mentions her only briefly, contextual evidence suggests she travelled with him for nearly 8 months, including through the dangerous mountain passes of Central Asia. When she fell ill in Samarkand, Ibn Battuta faced a pivotal choice: continue his journey or remain with her. He chose to proceed, a decision he later described with uncharacteristic regret. Of all the paths not taken, the road back to Isha remains most vivid in my memory. Ibn Battuta's account reveals a pattern in which female slaves frequently served as linguistic and cultural intermediaries. In Bengal, he purchased a slave girl who spoke both Persian and Bengali, relying on her translations during his 6-month stay. Similarly, in Constantinople, he employed a Greek-speaking slave who negotiated his access to various sites, including the Hagia Sophia. These women, unnamed in his text, performed critical functions that made his travel possible, yet received minimal acknowledgement. Perhaps most revealing is Ibn Battuta's interaction with Khadija, daughter of the ruler of Mali. During his West African travels, he committed a serious breach of protocol when addressing her father. Rather than having him punished, Khadija intervened, explaining to Ibn Battuta the proper court etiquette. She later granted him access to women's quarters of the palace, spaces entirely closed to most male visitors, where he observed and documented female political influence in the Mali Empire that would otherwise remain unrecorded. The pattern of Ibn Battuta's marriages reveals a calculated approach to intimacy, in regions where he planned extended stays. He typically married women from politically connected families, providing him with both domestic comfort and valuable social networks. When departing, he usually exercised the Islamic rite of unilateral divorce, though occasionally economic circumstances or family interventions complicated these separations. While his descriptions of women often reflect the prejudices of his time and background, they occasionally contain surprising insights. In describing female religious scholars in Damascus, he observed, "Their knowledge often exceeds that of men, for they devote themselves entirely to study while men are distracted by worldly pursuits." This recognition of how gendered expectations might actually advantage female scholars in specific contexts demonstrates an analytical depth rarely credited to him. Through these fragmentary references, a different understanding of Ibn Battuta's journey emerges, not as the adventure of an independent male traveller, but as a complex social endeavour shaped by numerous women whose assistance, knowledge, and relationships made his unprecedented travels possible. In 1335, somewhere between the cities of Astrakhan and Sarai along the Volga River, Ibn Battuta experienced what modern psychologists would likely classify as a severe mental health crisis. Though he never names it as such, lacking the vocabulary or conceptual framework, his writing from this period reveals profound psychological distress that nearly terminated his travels entirely. The episode began with physical symptoms, insomnia that lasted weeks, followed by what he described as a heaviness of spirit that prevented even the simplest decisions. He abandoned his planned eastward journey 3 times, each time returning to Astrakhan after travelling just a few miles. Local merchants noted his erratic behaviour, particularly his sudden aversion to crowds and marketplaces that had previously been central to his daily routine. "I found myself unable to recall the first lines of even the most familiar prayers," he wrote in a passage rarely highlighted by historians. "Words I had known since childhood became foreign to me." This cognitive disruption coincided with an unusually harsh winter, during which Ibn Battuta remained largely confined to a small room provided by a sympathetic Iranian physician named Al-Tabari. Several factors likely contributed to this psychological collapse. Just months earlier, Ibn Battuta had received news of his father's death, delivered by a merchant from Tangier whom he encountered unexpectedly in Damascus. This loss coincided with the 10th anniversary of his departure from home, triggering what his writings suggest was an intense period of grief and regret over his absence during his father's final years. Compounding this emotional strain was a severe case of frostbite that damaged several toes on his right foot. The injury left him temporarily immobile and dependent on strangers for basic needs, a profound vulnerability for a man who had cultivated self-sufficiency throughout his travels. The physical pain, limited mobility and forced dependence created conditions ripe for psychological distress. Ibn Battuta's recovery came through an unexpected source, a Sufi sheikh named Noman al-Khawarizmi who practiced an unconventional form of therapy. Rather than offering religious counsel, the sheikh prescribed daily immersion in hot springs outside the city, followed by structured conversations focusing not on spiritual matters but on concrete memories. Each day he asked me to describe a single street or building from my hometown with complete precision, Ibn Battuta noted. Through these recollections, my mind began to clear. The crisis transformed Ibn Battuta's approach to his travels. Before this episode, his writing displays an almost clinical detachment when describing various cultures. Afterward, his observations become more empathetic, particularly regarding individuals experiencing forms of suffering or displacement. He began seeking hospitals and charitable institutions in each city he visited, spaces he had previously ignored. During this period, he also abandoned a project he had carried for years, an ambitious legal treatise comparing judicial systems across different Islamic territories. His notes for this work, which he occasionally references in his later travelogue, were left with a scholar in Sarai. This abandonment of scholarly ambition suggests a fundamental re-evaluation of priorities following his psychological crisis. Most significantly, Ibn Battuta emerged from this period with an altered relationship to home. Before his breakdown, his writings reveal an assumption that he would eventually return to Morocco to occupy a prestigious judicial position. Afterward, he began conceptualizing himself as permanently transient, an identity shift that allowed him to engage more deeply with each location, rather than viewing it instrumentally as material for future scholarly work. The psychological vulnerability Ibn Battuta experienced contrasts sharply with the confident persona he cultivates through most of his narrative. This tension between public performance and private struggle characterized much of his journey. In Delhi, Constantinople, and later in Mali, he presented himself as a composed, authoritative figure while privately grappling with recurring episodes of what he called the darkness of spirit. Ibn Battuta's mental health crisis provides a rare window into the psychological dimension of medieval travel, the cognitive and emotional toll of sustained displacement, identity disruption, and cultural dissonance. His experience challenges romanticized notions of pre-modern exploration, revealing the profound personal cost that accompanied his geographic mobility. By spring 1336, Ibn Battuta had recovered sufficiently to resume his eastward journey. Yet the psychological patterns established during this crisis, including periodic withdrawals into isolation and recurring battles with what appears to be situational depression, would resurface throughout his subsequent travels, particularly during his difficult final years in Mali and Spain. Among Ibn Battuta's most valuable contributions to historical knowledge is his detailed account of Kilwa, a prosperous East African coastal sultanate that dominated Indian Ocean trade networks for centuries yet remains largely absent from Western historical awareness. His documentation provides one of the few contemporary descriptions of this sophisticated commercial power before its eventual disruption by Portuguese forces in the early 16th century. Ibn Battuta arrived in Kilwa, in modern Tanzania, in 1331, having travelled down the East African coast from Mogadishu. What he encountered defied his expectations and challenges persistent misconceptions about pre-colonial African states. "I have seen no more beautiful city in all my travels," he wrote with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Its buildings are constructed entirely of wood, expertly joined without nails or pegs, and roofed with panels of red mangrove that shine like polished metal under the sun." The Kilwa he described was the centre of a commercial network that stretched from the interior goldfields of Zimbabwe to the northern ports of India. Its harbour accommodated hundreds of vessels ranging from coastal dhows to deep-water merchant ships from Gujarat and China. Ibn Battuta noted with particular interest the standardised system of commercial documentation used in Kilwa's customs houses, a sophisticated predecessor to modern bills of lading that facilitated complex commercial arrangements across linguistic boundaries. The ruler Ibn Battuta encountered, Sultan al-Hassan ibn Sulaiman, represented the culmination of a dynastic tradition that traced its origins to Persian settlers who had intermarried with local Bantu populations. The resulting cultural synthesis had produced a distinctive Swahili civilization that Ibn Battuta recognized as neither purely African nor Middle Eastern, but something uniquely integrated. The Sultan himself maintained a court protocol that combined elements from Abbasid, Fatimid, and indigenous African traditions. Kilwa's economic foundation rested on its control of gold trade from the interior, particularly from what Ibn Battuta called the land of Yufi, likely the Zimbabwe Plateau. This gold travelled along protected trade routes maintained by the Sultanate, through a series of inland administrative centres. Ibn Battuta observed one caravan's arrival, noting the elaborate security measures that protected the precious cargo and the sophisticated weighing and assay techniques used to verify the gold's purity. The religious life of Kilwa particularly impressed Ibn Battuta, who counted more than 40 substantial mosques within the city walls. The Grand Mosque, portions of which still stand today, featured innovative architectural elements including sailing-derived tensioning systems that allowed its dome to span a greater distance than typical Islamic structures of the period. Ibn Battuta specifically commented on the mosque's distinctive octagonal minaret, which incorporated acoustic enhancements that carried the muezzin's call across the entire harbour. Most remarkable was Kilwa's monetary system, which utilised standardised gold coins known as mitkal that circulated just alongside copper tokens for smaller transactions. Ibn Battuta noted that these coins were accepted without question throughout the trading networks extending to India, a testament to Kilwa's reputation for commercial integrity. He recorded watching court metallurgists testing incoming gold shipments and striking new coins under the Sultan's direct supervision. The social structure of Kilwa revealed complex stratifications that defied Ibn Battuta's attempts at simple categorization. The urban population included indigenous Africans, Arab and Persian descendants, and mixed heritage individuals who occupied various social positions without rigid racial boundaries. He observed that key administrative positions were filled based on merit and familial connections rather than ethnic background, creating a meritocratic system that contrasted with more hereditary structures he had encountered elsewhere. Women in Kilwa occupied positions of significant economic independence, particularly in the textile sector. Ibn Battuta described workshops where women controlled the production of the finely woven cotton cloth that served as a major export. The mistresses of these establishments, he noted, maintain their own accounts and negotiate directly with foreign merchants, requiring no male intermediaries. This economic autonomy extended to property ownership, with Ibn Battuta recording his surprise at learning that nearly a third of Kilwa's urban real estate was held by women. When Ibn Battuta departed Kilwa after a 3-month stay, he carried with him documentation that would later prove invaluable to historians, precise observations of a sophisticated African urban centre that operated as an equal participant in Indian Ocean trade networks. His account contradicts persistent narratives that portray pre-colonial African societies as isolated or technologically primitive, instead revealing Kilwa as an innovative commercial power that combined multiple cultural traditions into a distinctive and successful synthesis. The final destination in Ibn Battuta's epic journey, China during the Yuan dynasty, represents his most controversial claim and his most significant failure. Unlike his detailed accounts of other regions, his description of China contains geographical inconsistencies, implausible timelines, and passages that appear borrowed from other travellers' reports. For centuries, historians have debated whether Ibn Battuta actually reached China or fabricated this portion of his narrative. Recent scholarship suggests a more nuanced possibility, that Ibn Battuta did indeed enter Yuan territory but experienced a series of setbacks that prevented him from accessing the cultural and political centres he had intended to visit. His subsequent account represents an attempt to salvage reputation from failure through a combination of borrowed details and strategic omissions. Ibn Battuta's China troubles began before he even reached its borders. In 1345, while in Calicut, modern Kerala, India, he boarded a Chinese treasure ship bound for Quanzhou with most of his accumulated possessions, including gifts intended for the Yuan emperor. When a storm forced the ship to anchor near Calicut overnight, Ibn Battuta went ashore to attend prayers. During his absence, a violent storm drove the ship out to sea. "All my possessions remained on board," he wrote, including the slave girls and gifts that the Sultan of Delhi had sent with me to the Emperor of China. This catastrophic loss left Ibn Battuta in a precarious position, expected to continue his diplomatic mission without the gifts that would secure proper reception. After several months attempting to rebuild his resources in southern India, he embarked again on a different vessel. This ship was attacked by pirates in the Strait of Malacca, and Ibn Battuta narrowly escaped with his life, losing what remained of his possessions. When he finally reached what appears to have been Fujian province in late 1346, Ibn Battuta encountered a political situation he was unprepared to navigate. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquerors, maintained a rigid classification system that placed foreign Muslims in specific administrative categories with limited privileges. Without proper diplomatic credentials and gifts, Ibn Battuta could not secure the status necessary to access the imperial court or major cultural centres. His writings suggest he spent approximately 4 months in Chinese territory, primarily in coastal regions with established Muslim merchant communities. These enclaves, while technically within China, functioned as cultural islands where Arabic and Persian were commonly spoken and Islamic customs maintained. From these limited vantage points, Ibn Battuta glimpsed Chinese society but never experienced the immersive engagement that characterized his travels elsewhere. The Yuan-China section of his narrative contains telling gaps. Unlike his accounts of India or Mali, where he names specific individuals who hosted him, his Chinese interactions remain strikingly anonymous. He describes no extended conversations with Chinese scholars or officials, suggesting very limited contact beyond merchant intermediaries. His observations focus predominantly on material culture, ceramics, paper currency, shipbuilding techniques, rather than social or political systems he could only have understood through sustained interaction. Most revealing is Ibn Battuta's omission of any mention of the Grand Canal. China's most impressive infrastructure project that connected Beijing to Hangzhou. This absence is particularly striking given his pattern of documenting major engineering works throughout his travels. Similarly, he fails to mention the distinctive Chinese examination system for civil service, a unique administrative innovation that would have fascinated a trained jurist. These gaps strongly suggest limited access to China's interior regions and administrative centres. What Ibn Battuta experienced, essentially, was maritime China, the coastal interface where foreign merchants conducted heavily regulated trade under Yuan supervision. When he realised he could not penetrate beyond this periphery without proper credentials, he appears to have supplemented his limited first-hand observations with accounts from Persian and Arab merchants who had better access. This experience of failure was not unique to China in Ibn Battuta's travels. Throughout his nearly 3 decades of journeying, he experienced numerous setbacks, redirections, and outright disasters. What distinguishes the China episode is his unwillingness to acknowledge these limitations in his subsequent account, likely because China represented the easternmost extent of his travels and therefore held symbolic importance to his overall narrative. Ibn Battuta's partially invented China becomes a fascinating case study in travel literature's complex relationship with truth. Rather than viewing his account as either factual or fraudulent, we might understand it as a negotiation between experience, expectation, and reputation management. His China narrative reveals how medieval travellers constructed authoritative accounts, even when their actual experiences fell short of their ambitions. By early 1347, Ibn Battuta had abandoned his Chinese aspirations and begun the long journey that would eventually return him to Morocco. The China episode, with its blend of limited observation and borrowed detail, represents not just geographic terrain, but the boundaries of Ibn Battuta's remarkable adaptability as a traveller. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta concludes with his return to Morocco in 1349 and the subsequent dictation of his travels to Ibn Juzay, who compiled the famous Relo journey that secured Ibn Battuta's historical legacy. Yet this account omits a significant final chapter, his journey through Muslim Spain and the North African interior, that occupied the last decade of his life and revealed a man transformed by his earlier travels in 1350. Just months after completing the initial dictation of his epic travelogue, Ibn Battuta embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Granada, the last remaining Muslim state in Iberia. His motivations for this trip differed markedly from his earlier travels. Rather than seeking adventure or career advancement, he travelled as a cultural ambassador, concerned with the erosion of Islamic governance in territories being steadily reconquered by Christian kingdoms. I found in Granada a people clinging to traditions they scarcely remembered, he wrote in passages excluded from the standard Rittler. They maintain the forms of Muslim practice while forgetting their substance. This critical perspective reflects Ibn Battuta's evolution from an observer of cultural differences to an active advocate for religious authenticity as he defined it. The Granada journey initiated a period of what Ibn Battuta called purposeful travel, journeys undertaken not for exploration, but for specific cultural interventions. Between 1352 and 1355, he traversed the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, visiting remote Berber communities where Islamic practices had blended with indigenous traditions. Unlike his earlier descriptive approach to cultural difference, these accounts reveal active efforts to modify local practices he deemed inconsistent with Orthodox Islam. This late-life transformation from traveller to reformer culminated in his most overlooked journey, an expedition to the Mali Empire in 1352. This West African kingdom had already embraced Islam, but Ibn Battuta approached it with missionary zeal nonetheless. His account of Mali differs strikingly from his earlier writings, focusing almost exclusively on religious practices, rather than the commercial and political systems that had previously captured his attention. In Mali, Ibn Battuta experienced his most significant rejection. After attempting to implement stricter religious interpretations at the court of Mansa Suleiman, he was effectively sidelined, assigned comfortable but inconsequential duties that limited his influence. After 6 months of frustration, he departed northward, leaving behind a rare written record of his failure. I found myself unable to bend this kingdom toward the practices I had witnessed in Mecca, for their Islam has taken root in forms adapted to their circumstances. The final years of Ibn Battuta's life reveal a pattern common to many long-term travellers: the complicated experience of returning home after transformative journeys, Following his Mali expedition, he accepted a modest judicial position in Fez, where colleagues regarded him with a mixture of respect for his travels and suspicion of the foreign influences he had absorbed. Court records from this period show him frequently being overruled in his legal opinions, especially when he referenced practices from distant Islamic territories. Ibn Battuta's last recorded journey came in 1359, when he travelled to Taflal in southeastern Morocco, a remote oasis region experiencing religious revival movements. His written observations from this period reveal a man attempting to reconcile his global experiences with local realities, seeking to apply lessons from distant Islamic societies to his home region. This final journey produced no spectacular discoveries but represented his mature integration of decades of cross-cultural experience. When Ibn Battuta died around 1368, the exact date remains uncertain, he had come full circle, from a young man embarking on a standard pilgrimage to a seasoned cultural intermediary attempting to connect disparate parts of the Islamic world he had experienced firsthand. Contemporary accounts of his funeral mention only a modest attendance, suggesting that despite his extraordinary travels, his immediate impact on Moroccan society remained limited. The enduring paradox of Ibn Battuta is that his most significant legacy came not through his intended religious and legal contributions, but through the travelogue he initially considered secondary. While his attempts at cultural reform faded quickly after his death, his geographic and ethnographic observations preserved in the Rihla provided invaluable documentation of societies across Africa and Asia during a pivotal historical period. In the centuries following his death, Ibn Battuta's accounts circulated primarily among scholars in North Africa, never achieving the wider recognition in the medieval period that it deserved. Only in the mid-19th century, when French colonial officials discovered manuscripts of the Rihla, did his extraordinary journey begin receiving global acknowledgement. The traveller, who once sought to change the world through religious reform, instead left his mark by simply bearing witness to the remarkable diversity of medieval civilization. Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858, in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying, and categorising. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook, detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognised that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would to have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, it was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West, and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, the vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realise the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future, his passion for reform, his boisterous vigour, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of Brownstone and in the country fields where he works to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterise him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mould. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism, but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way, as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth. She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, he believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14th, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world. To lose his beloved wife and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, "The light has gone out of my life." This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near-blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range, penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent, to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognised a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernisation of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognised that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbour in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organised the 1st US Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realise is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valor. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defence, but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the Square Deal, designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by a short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, from the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds. His childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again, but this time under the banner of a new political organisation, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, a nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet, and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his old pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of rickety planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by SEMS, science labs, and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face, the engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolised not merely achievement but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her: money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival. And each time she took off again, as she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928. Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realised fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolised the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognised the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilised to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasised that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post, and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalizing women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding, knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal. Each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalized her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable, but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation, or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21st, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly, moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, they had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. The US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2nd, 1937, they departed Lae in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches, clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. School children learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honour sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilised, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tyre tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, the official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, He refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements. Whether intentionally or not, she prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. Self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialized her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's media machine set her apart. But many recognised that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. she had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every sceptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance, of measured caution and determined optimism, gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress, not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. Was born in Frankfurt in 1929, entering a world already trembling beneath financial hardship and political acrimony. From the outset, she displayed a lively temperament, an eagerness to scribble down thoughts on scraps of paper, a tendency to examine curious objects in the house with unguarded fascination, and a readiness to question the grown-ups around her. Yet before she truly got to know the city of her birth, before she could form a bond with the rhythms of German streets, her family decided to leave. A gathering storm which transformed from sporadic political slogans into a monstrous force dictating who deserved to exist freely and who did not, compelled them to leave. Her father, Otto Frank, was a thoughtful man, by turns reserved and quietly determined. He had no taste for radical politics. His mind was anchored to the practical. Otto recognised that Germany was changing. He had once pictured it as a place of vibrant culture, his homeland, a nation that championed arts, literature, and philosophy. But by the time Anne was 4, it had become a place that turned hateful eyes toward Jewish families like his. The Franks uprooted themselves, leaving old neighbours behind and stepping into what they hoped was a kinder environment in Amsterdam. Amsterdam in the early 30s was not entirely tranquil. No place in Europe could claim complete serenity then, but it at least allowed the Franks to breathe without immediate fear. For Anne, it was a wonderland of bicycles clacking over cobblestones, flower stalls lining canals, and people whose different accents floated through the city like a living orchestra. She was intrigued by each subtlety of daily life. She watched the canal waters shift from grey to glittering green and found novelty in the simplest tasks, from brushing up on Dutch words to examining the swirl of watery reflections on her window. Still, life was not always breezy. Otto took on various entrepreneurial ventures in Amsterdam, a spice business, then one dealing with pectin for jam making, attempts at building stability for his family in uncertain times. Yet, beyond the household table, talk about balancing budgets and maintaining a reputable standing among local merchants, Anne had her personal curiosities. She was the type of child to craft stories in her head while overhearing adult conversations, weaving little narratives about the passers-by she saw from her vantage point by the window. Outside her home, she was known to be friendly but occasionally moody, quick-witted in a way that others sometimes found surprising in someone so young. Certain teachers at her school found her liveliness endearing, others found it distracting, especially when she giggled during lessons or whispered jokes to her classmates during grammar drills. She had a capacity for charm, but she was equally able to slip into lonely daydreams if something, an unkind remark, an abrupt shift in a friend's demeanour, muddied her sense of belonging. By the age of 10, Anne's environment gave her ample room to explore. She visited street markets with her mother, Edith, noticing the layers of life in every merchant's stall. The haggling, the laughter, the day's frustrations. Margot, her older sister by 3 years, was softer spoken and more academically inclined. The contrast between the two sisters became a household joke. Margot with her pristine schoolwork, Anne with her comedic flair and unstoppable chatter. Yet behind that playful tension was genuine affection. When nights were cold, Anne might slip into Margot's bed for warmth, and they would whisper about petty jealousies and fleeting hopes, simple concerns overshadowed by the swirling chaos in Europe. Though the Franks tried to keep talk of politics discreet, Anne absorbed more than she let on. She caught a glimpse of a neighbour reading a Dutch newspaper with bold headlines about persecution in Germany. Her father's whispers with friends, hushed but urgent, hinted that the calm in Amsterdam could fracture at any moment. Even so, Anne pressed on with childlike tenacity. She was growing, she wanted fresh notebooks and new friends. She wanted experiences beyond her parents' experiences, and if the world was threatening to shape her future in frightening ways, she was determined to keep her own sense of curiosity intact. A family friend would sometimes bring over pamphlets from Germany, detailing new anti-Jewish edicts. Otto read them in silence, his brow creased. Still, he managed to maintain a semblance of optimism. Perhaps the Netherlands would stay safe, he reasoned. Perhaps all of this ugliness would remain confined to distant borders. But the dread was difficult to fully conceal. Anne sensed it in the way her mother's voice caught when asked about the future. She felt it in the hush that settled over her father's face when he listened to the radio in the evening, straining to hear news of the next ominous shift in Europe. In the meantime, she grew comfortable in her new city, walking canals with that open-hearted stare reserved for the young. The promise of tomorrow still excited her. The possibility of a new friend, a new game, or a new rumour swirling at school. She was, after all, still just a child, not entirely conscious of the forces that were about to tighten their grip on her life. The curtains were only just beginning to draw shut on a chapter she had barely started writing. During the late 1930s, Amsterdam's charm still glowed, though a sense of caution dimmed the edges of daily life for Jewish families. Anne learned the city through her own lens, a mixture of innocence and growing awareness. She observed the chattering customers in small cafes, the varied dialects of dock workers, and the clatter of trams. She found it all mesmerising. Yet, she was not naive. At school, she overheard quiet discussions among older classmates, unpleasant changes in neighbouring countries. She would sidle close, gleaning half-facts about hatred and unbridled authority. In many ways, her mother, Edith, served as a shield. Edith believed in preserving a sense of normalcy. She insisted on routines, Sunday lunches, bedtime reading, and making sure the girls wrote in neat cursive. Anne, perched beside her mother on the sofa, would sometimes stare at the ticking clock, listening to the seconds slip by as Edith talked about personal values, about compassion, and about keeping one's dignity. The words might have sounded old-fashioned to some, but Anne found comfort in them. She saw her mother as gentle yet quietly sturdy. Meanwhile, Margot was forging her path in academics. Teachers often praised her discipline and intelligence. Anne sometimes bristled at the comparisons. She recognised the familial pride. Margot was considered the reliable one, but she also wanted to make her own mark. So, while Margot was off reading textbooks, Anne would roam corners of Amsterdam with a friend, giggling about inconsequential details, the shape of a dog's ears, a funny hat worn by a passerby, or the new marquee outside the local cinema. Beneath the laughter, though, she felt the silent undercurrent of war creeping into everyday conversation. As the political climate worsened, the Franks took more precautions. They heard stories of relatives in Germany who had lost businesses, homes, or worse, vanished altogether. Although Otto and Edith tried to spare their daughters the details, Anne was discerning. She began to grasp that some people viewed families like hers with malice that defied logic. She noticed fewer carefree outings, fewer times her father returned from work wearing that small, confident smile. Even so, she clung to humour, scribbling short stories in notebooks. They were full of lively characters, sometimes overshadowed by moral dilemmas she overheard adults discussing. In her own fictionals, she rearranged reality to make sense of it. At school, Anne forged relationships that were both superficial and meaningful. Some classmates were simply partners for projects. Others were confidants who exchanged hushed confessions about shifting alliances in Europe. The teachers seemed increasingly tense. The slightest classroom disruption could ignite frustrations. Sometimes talk of censorship or newly imposed rules floated around the corridors. When a classmate whispered that their family was planning to flee to Britain, Anne's heart pounded in fear and envy. Fear, because it confirmed that danger was near, envy because that option might not be open to her. The sense of uncertainty pressed on her chest at night. In those months, she developed a small yet persistent habit of journaling, practiced daily self-reflection as a child before she gained notoriety for her diaries and wrote about food shortages, about a favourite candy no longer in stock, about the annoyance of wearing an armband with a Star of David if it ever came to that in the Netherlands, about the disapproval she sensed when walking around certain parts of the city. She wrote about hoping to see a film star in the streets, about admiring the carefree swirl of a dancer's skirt she once glimpsed. She wrote because it let her feelings breathe beyond the hush of fear. Tension turned to reality when German forces invaded the Netherlands in May 1940. The swiftness of that invasion left the Dutch reeling. For Anne, the city she had come to love was transformed overnight. Buildings still stood, shops were still open, but there was an unshakable sense of foreboding. Soldiers marched along roads she used to find friendly. The radio blared unfamiliar proclamations. Suddenly, daily freedoms were chipped away. Jewish children like Anne were restricted from certain playgrounds, certain schools. The weight of each new rule encroached on her sense of self, as if invisible hands were reconfiguring her place in the world. Still, the Franks tried to maintain a semblance of ordinariness. They participated in subdued gatherings with other Jewish families, exchanging nervous jokes to lighten the mood. Anne noticed the flickers of worry in adult conversations. How does one navigate forced restrictions? Could one travel safely? The men discussed forging connections to get visas or find safe houses, while the women lamented about rationing or the difficulty of obtaining essential supplies. For Anne, these evenings often ended with her retreating to her bedroom, mind swarming with 1,000 questions. She tried to keep her voice steady, telling Margot ridiculous jokes to break the tension. The jokes often fell flat, but they were attempts to cling to normalcy. Increasingly, day-to-day activities felt like illusions. An insurmountable occupying force muffled the city's vibrant pulse. Anne would watch from her window as uniformed men passed by, hearing the slow crunch of boots on cobblestone. A sense of dread would seep into the depths of her stomach. She yearned for the old city, the one still alive in her memories, a place of swirling canal reflections and laughter among street vendors. She missed the version of life where she could imagine any future she wanted, without the weight of a designated identity forced upon her by prejudice. And yet, even in these shadows, she held on to a spark of hope, perhaps borrowed from her father's quiet optimism, that a better day would come if they could only outlast the madness. The year 1942 arrived with a more oppressive atmosphere. Anne could feel it in the stiffening posture of her teachers and the solemn hush that fell whenever an official notice was posted in the neighbourhood. She turned 13 that June, though the celebrations were muted. Her family still managed a birthday cake, scrounging for ingredients wherever they could, and it was in that flickering moment of normality that Anne received a checkered diary. She had always enjoyed writing, but this diary felt different. It had a lock, symbolic in ways she did not yet understand. It promised a private domain for her expanding thoughts. Shortly after, life changed abruptly. Orders circulated that Jewish families might be relocated, or worse, taken away. When Margot received a summons to a labour camp in Germany, Otto recognised the writing on the wall. He had already prepared a secret hiding place, a concealed section of the office building where he ran his business. The plan had been set for some time, but the final push to execute it came with terrifying immediacy. The family packed their things hurriedly, leaving behind large pieces of furniture, personal belongings, and cherished objects that would have signalled a life in progress. Anne's head spun that day. She tucked her new diary under her arm, while her mother insisted on bringing a few personal mementos. The ordinarily chatty Anne found herself tongue-tied as they walked through the dim streets early in the morning, wearing several layers of clothing to avoid carrying suitcases. She was scared to look at anyone's face. She feared the disapproval or suspicion that might lurk in a passerby's eyes. When they finally reached the annex, slipping into its hidden corridors, she felt an odd mixture of relief and dread. She felt a mixture of relief at having found a temporary shelter and dread at what isolation would do to them all. The secret annex was cramped, made up of several small rooms behind a movable bookcase. The Franks were joined by another family, the Van Pels, whom Anne would later label Van Daen in her diary, and a dentist named Fritz Pfeffer, Albert Dussel. The arrangement was necessary for survival, but hardly conducive to comfort. Thin walls meant little privacy. Often, someone would be in the makeshift kitchen at odd hours, rustling through meagre supplies. The single bathroom demanded coordination and patience, especially in the mornings when personal space was at its premium. At 13, Anne chafed under these conditions. She missed the outdoors, the swirl of city life, and her friends. In her diary, she spilled raw honesty onto the pages, frustration with the grown-up scoldings, her disagreements with Mrs. Van Pels, her feelings of being misunderstood by her mother. She felt stifled by the incessant reminder that she must remain quiet during certain hours so the workers downstairs wouldn't suspect their presence. She discovered how footsteps on creaky floorboards could set her pulse racing. Every muffled noise became a potential danger. The annex was a fortress made not of stone but of secrecy, where any slip in vigilance might lead to catastrophe. Yet, amid the tension, there were flickers of hope. Helpers on the outside, trusted employees like Miep Gears, risked their safety to provide supplies and updates. Through them, Anne kept a tenuous link to the world beyond. She heard rumours of Allied forces pushing against Nazi lines, gleaned stories of neighbours who had managed to flee. The news was not always comforting, often it relayed more horrors, but it was a reminder that life existed beyond the walls she now inhabited. Anne's emotional world became increasingly complex. She found that her diary was the sole outlet where she could shed the mask she wore around the annex's cramped quarters. She named the diary Kitty, personifying it as her confidant. Each page was a story on which she could vent her teenage frustrations, the pangs of budding romance she harboured for Peter Van Pels, the sense of inadequacy she felt when compared to Margot, and the longing to be recognised as more than a chatterbox. She craved independence, yet her entire existence now depended on the group's collective ability to stay invisible. The mental strain of living in tight confinement tested everyone. Small disagreements ballooned into thunderous standoffs. Someone's cooking style became a proxy for deeper resentments. A snore at night might provoke laughter one day, and fury the next. Anne, perceptive as she was, noted these shifts. She saw how fear chipped away at adult composure. Even the calm, steady Otto lost some of his cheerful veneer. He worked painstakingly on ledgers and accounts, trying to help manage the business from afar. But it was an odd charade, acting as though life was normal while concealed behind a bookshelf. As weeks turned into months, the outside world receded. The war raged on beyond their concealed perch. Occasionally, Anne glanced out a hidden window at the church tower that loomed above the city. Its bells reminded her that life still ticked forward, unstoppable. Every ring was a brief invitation to imagine the bustle of a free world. And yet, each ring was also a reminder of her entrapment, that the clock was running in a timeline she could not fully join. Every day, she wrote. She poured her observations into lines that tried to reconcile the tension of living with hope in the midst of imminent danger. The confines pressed in on her, forging a young mind's determination to remain spirited even when shadows lengthened. As summer gave way to autumn in 1942, the secret annex adopted its own patterns, stilted ones, but patterns nonetheless. Office workers rustled in the building below, hushed in the mornings. The inhabitants tiptoed through daily chores, mindful that a dropped spoon or a raised voice might shatter the fragile illusion of an empty space overhead. Afternoons brought slight relief. The offices would close, allowing more freedom of movement and the chance to whisper with fewer constraints. Anne's self-awareness deepened in this seclusion. She dissected every glance, every offhand remark exchanged among the annex residents. She noticed subtle changes in her mother's eyes, sadness marinated with resignation. She saw new lines etched across Otto's forehead, reflecting the weight of shepherding them all through this ordeal. And she recognised reflections of her own changing emotions mirrored in Peter Van Pels, who retreated into corners of the annex to escape the watchful gaze of adults. Peter fascinated her. He was different from the boys she used to know of at school, who laughed loudly and chased one another through the streets. He was awkward, uncertain, often caught in the crossfire of his parents' arguments. In that environment, Anne began seeing him as more than a housemate. There were fleeting moments in the attic space, rummaging for a jar of beans or a quiet place to think, when their eyes met. It was a wordless connection, the electric hum of adolescence overshadowed by the hum of approaching warplanes. She continued filling her diary, now with an emphasis on self-examination. She asked why she often argued with her mother, why she felt overshadowed by Margot, and how she could nurture a sense of individual identity in a place that demanded conformity for survival. At times, she was startled by her introspections. She was discovering corners of her mind she never would have explored in a free-flowing world. The enforced stillness gave her time to question everything. This internal blossoming did not come without friction. Anne's spirited nature grated on others. Mrs. Van Pels found her chatter too bold, her opinions too insistent. Fritz Pfeffer, a meticulous man accustomed to his own routines, complained that Anne's nighttime writing disturbed his need for rest. Yet, the more they tried to rein her in, the stronger her resolve grew. She believed that if external freedoms were stripped away, her internal world was the one realm she could still shape. She would not allow that final sanctuary to be censored. Meanwhile, the war pressed closer. Occasionally, they heard about neighbourhood raids or saw glimpses of uniformed soldiers carrying out arrests in the distance. Every time they heard knocks or footsteps near the bookcase, their hearts raced. The fear of discovery gnawed at them daily. Anne was learning how easily terror could become normal, how one could adapt to a constant state of near panic, eventually folding it into the fabric of everyday existence. Food shortages became a pressing concern, meals grew monotonous. Potatoes, once a staple, became a treasure when they could get them. Dried beans and cabbage soup rotated through their limited menu. These hardships kindled resentment. It was simple to blame each other for miscounted rations or mistakes in planning. In public, families might declare unity. In reality, stuck in tight quarters, small tensions could erupt into lasting grudges. Anne documented this. She wrote about overhearing whispered accusations, about the tension swirling in the cramped kitchen when an extra morsel of bread was unaccounted for. Yet even in these fractious moments, an undercurrent of mutual dependence bound them. They knew they either survived together or fell together. Anne's diary entries also captured flickers of humour that glimmered amid the gloom. Once, Mr. Van Pels tried to fix a faulty lampshade using a contraption of wire and tape. It collapsed spectacularly, prompting exasperated shouts that devolved into communal laughter. Another time, Anne found an old board game that had lost half its pieces and improvised rules for a clumsy new version. They played, and for an hour, life felt almost ordinary, a tiny triumph in a sea of anxiety. Week by week, Anne underwent a quiet evolution. She was still a teenager, prone to exasperation and mood swings, yet her words, penned by candlelight, revealed a maturity shaped by adversity. She reflected on the nature of good and evil, on the question of whether people were basically kind or fundamentally cruel. She tried to make sense of the paradox, how she could still believe in the potential for goodness while the world outside raged with violence and persecution. In those fleeting moments before sleep, when she heard others breathing softly in the next room, she yearned for a future full of colour and open skies. She wondered if she'd ever again ride a bicycle along Amsterdam's canals, feel the wind against her cheeks, and choose her path without fear. That longing for normal life coexisted with a newfound realisation. She was growing into a person who did not just see but felt profoundly. She was forging a philosophy, an unspoken pact with herself to cling to hope and introspection, no matter how ominous the nights became. In the interplay between her hidden existence and her unquenchable curiosity, Anne was crafting a voice that would, in time, resonate far beyond the confines of a secret annex. Winter blanketed Amsterdam in a drab light, the city's chill seeping into the annex. Darkness fell earlier, which meant longer hours of hushed existence. The building's wooden beams groaned in the cold, a haunting reminder of how fragile and temporary their refuge was. Inside, the residents braced for gloom, not just meteorological but emotional. With each passing day, the outside world carried rumours of intensifying conflict, deeper atrocities, and diminishing hope for those targeted by Nazi decrees. During these months, Anne's reflections took on a more poetic bent. She wrote about the shapes of clouds beyond the attic window, about missing the sun on her cheeks. Whenever she managed a glimpse outside, a pang of loss coursed through her. She grieved not just for the restrictions placed on her life, but for the uncountable stories unfolding in the city below. Stories of neighbours, acquaintances, entire families being torn from their homes. She yearned to capture that heartbreak in words, as if writing could stitch together the frayed edges of collective suffering. Inside the annex, relationships continued to evolve. Anne's dynamic with Peter became deeper and more complicated. In half-lit corners, they spoke in halting whispers, sometimes about trivial things, childhood pranks or favourite foods, but increasingly about the future. Each conversation was tinged with a sense of borrowed time. They didn't declare romance in any grand way. In fact, their connection felt more like a quest for solace. Two adolescents drawing warmth from each other's company, while surrounded by a menacing void. However, it was impossible to suppress teenage impulses. Occasional jealousy flared. Anne sometimes felt overshadowed by Margot's studious composure. Meanwhile, Peter felt claustrophobic under the constant watch of his parents. The push-pull of adolescence, typically played out in schoolyards and social gatherings, was compressed into this hidden space. A single harsh word could unravel hours of unspoken camaraderie. They each grappled with the realization that they were forced to grow up faster than they'd ever wanted. Despite the daily dread, intellectual pursuits flourished in the annex, spurred by the older inhabitants' desire to keep the teenagers' minds engaged. Otto and Mrs. Van Pels quizzed Margot and Anne on geography, history, languages. Pfeffer, for all his quirks, had moments of generosity, sharing knowledge about dentistry or discussing foreign literature he'd read in his younger days. Books, smuggled in by helpers, were as precious as any ration. They devoured them, gleaning glimpses of worlds untouched by the crackdown they faced. These small acts of learning became defiance, an assertion that they still had the right to grow, think, and imagine. However, the tension of captivity took its toll. Privacy was scarce. If one person needed a moment alone, they had to negotiate with the rest, rearranging the living area or waiting for others to be occupied elsewhere. Tones of voice grew sharper. Some nights, Anne pressed her ear to the thin walls and listened to the muffled arguments. Money worries, fear of betrayal, or the question of whether to trust certain acquaintances outside, everything was debated in hushed, urgent tones. The claustrophobia was physical, but it was also spiritual. Each person carried the dread that one betrayed secret, one careless word could doom them. In the diaries, Anne noted these cracks in the foundation of their enforced togetherness, but she did so with a remarkable empathy for the adults. She recognised they were doing their best in unthinkable circumstances. Otto tried to maintain an even temperament, urging reason when tempers flared. Some nights, he'd gather everyone to read a book aloud or discuss a snippet of radio news. For a short while, the flickering lamp would illuminate a circle of sombre faces, each participant clutching at hope that maybe, just maybe, the tide of war was turning. As the winter wore on, the line between day and night blurred. The impetus to remain hidden, combined with the shortage of indoor light, meant it was all too easy to lose track of time. Sometimes Anne woke, unsure if dawn was near or if it was still the depths of midnight. In that surreal twilight, she'd scribble in her diary by candlelight. Despite her uncertainty about what love meant in such dire circumstances, she penned confessions of love in her diary. She wrote about the anger she felt toward a world that had pinned a target on her family's back. She wrote about the faith she still had in human decency, though it teetered precariously. One particular entry documented a profound realization. She understood that her life's narrative might never be fully shared with the world. The diaries could be lost, or she could vanish. The thought of losing the diaries struck her with a chilling force. Rather than giving in to despair, she channeled that fear into a fierce determination to document everything she could. If this was the only record she might leave behind, she wanted to ensure it was honest. She refused to portray herself merely as a victim. She wanted the pages to convey the complexity of her internal life, the moments of laughter, the daydreams, the defiance, and the longing for small acts of liberation. Outside, the war crept closer. The sky sometimes roared with aircraft engines, Allied bombers perhaps forging a path that might liberate Europe, but with each tremor, the Annex residents clung to each other, uncertain if bombs might tear the neighbourhood apart. In the hush that followed these raids, Anne's breath would catch in her throat. She sensed the precariousness of her existence. Yet each time dawn came, she would push back against despair, buoyed by an unexplainable resolve. If she couldn't move freely in the physical world, she would soar through the realm of thought, words and dreams. That was the ember she refused to let go. Spring of 1944 brought faint glimmers of optimism to the Annex. Allied successes were whispered about, fueling speculation that liberation might be on the horizon. Anne was buoyed by these rumours. Each new snippet of promising news was a lifeline in her claustrophobic reality. She reread the few books they possessed, letting her imagination roam beyond the walls. She allowed herself to imagine post-war life, returning to school, travelling through open roads, carving out a future in journalism or literature. In her diary, she poured these fantasies into paragraphs bursting with yearning. Each page was a testament to her growing confidence as a writer. She refined her style, grappling with bigger questions about humanity and morality. If the outside world discovered her words, she wanted them to see a teenager who had wrestled with life's rawness under extraordinary pressures. She revised entries, polishing them like a craftsman, seeking clarity and expression. It was a bid for self-determination in a sphere she could control, however small. Yet behind the buoyancy of hope, tension still simmered. The Annex had endured nearly 2 years of confinement, and patience was wearing thin. Arguments erupted over trivial issues, how to budget dwindling resources, who neglected to wash dishes properly, or whose footsteps had been too loud during office hours. Sometimes these disputes opened deeper wounds, releasing anxieties about betrayal, or doubts about whether the helpers could continue risking their own safety indefinitely. Anne found these blow-ups both draining and strangely fascinating, as if she were watching an intricate play in which everyone was an unwilling actor. By midsummer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam felt expectant. Air raids became more frequent, indicating that the war front was shifting. Rumours circulated about a possible Allied invasion. Anne's heart soared each time she heard the drones of planes overhead. It meant the Nazis might soon lose their grip on the Netherlands. She pictured soldiers marching in to free them, imagined stepping out of the annex and blinking in the bright sunlight of an Amsterdam street. The daydream was so vivid she could almost taste it. Then, one August afternoon, the unthinkable happened. In a flurry of panic, their hideout was discovered. The exact circumstances remain debated. Some suspect a tip from an informant, others blame an accidental slip of information. For Anne, all that mattered was the sudden pounding on the door, the heavy boots on the stairs, the abrupt intrusion into their concealed world. Fear seized her body, a terror so stark it made her eyes blur. It was as if everything slowed. The look of shock on Otto's face, the trembling hands of Mrs. Van Pels, the hush that fell over them as uniformed officers burst in. In the aftermath, they were taken into custody, forced to surrender personal belongings, including Anne's beloved diary. She had no time to secure it, no chance to salvage her carefully honed words. She felt as though part of her identity was wrenched away. Together with her family and the others, she was hustled into the trucks, then trains, herded alongside strangers wearing the same bewildered, hollow expressions. The transit led to the Westerbork transit camp first, a grim holding station for those awaiting transport to concentration camps deeper in Nazi-occupied territory. There, Anne confronted the mass scale of the persecution she had only heard about in bits and pieces. Sleep was fitful, marred by the wails of children separated from parents, by the unrelenting stench of overcrowded barracks. She clung to her family, though even that solace felt tenuous in the face of so many horrors. From Westerbork, they were crammed into freight cars bound for Auschwitz. It was a journey of unimaginable discomfort, with little food or water, suffocating air, and a brutal sense of finality. In the corners of the car, she glimpsed people too weak to stand, while others, gripped by despair, rocked back and forth silently. Anne's mind reeled with her questions. How could humanity reach such cruelty? Where was the justice for all these souls packed like cargo? She tried to recall lines from her diary, from the future she had once envisioned. She thought of passing them on by word of mouth if she couldn't write them anymore. But words no longer felt adequate. Auschwitz was a kaleidoscope of fear. Barking guards, snaking barbed wire, towering chimneys. Family members were separated upon arrival. Otto was taken away from the women. Anne, Margot, and Edith stayed together initially, although conditions were beyond dreadful. Stripped of personal belongings, forced to endure roll calls in the cold, they found themselves in a world that tested every last shred of hope. Still, Anne clutched the memory of her father's reassuring voice and the faint possibility that they might all survive. Before long, she and Margot were transferred to Bergen-Belsen, a camp in northern Germany. There, disease and starvation raged. As the winter of 1944 to 1945 bore down, the camp devolved into an even harsher nightmare. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent, and each day more prisoners vanished from the makeshift huts, succumbing to typhus and other illnesses. Amid this grim reality, Anne's own strength ebbed. She coughed through the nights, feverish, her body worn thin, yet to her last conscious moments, she reportedly still clung to the slender thread of hope that she might one day see a world free of these torments. The flame in her eyes flickered, but it never entirely died. She had believed in something better. The weeks leading to Anne's death in early 1945 at Bergen-Belsen remained partially shrouded in uncertainty. Accounts from survivors mentioned that she was frail, afflicted by the rampant disease that haunted the camp. Margot was similarly weakened. Both sisters, once so distinct, Margot the studious one, Anne the outspoken dreamer, were reduced to gaunt silhouettes in the chaos of camp life. Starvation, exhaustion, and illness conspired to steal away their final reserves of energy. Their mother, Edith, had died in Auschwitz months earlier, and the separation from their father was complete. Neither sister knew that Otto Frank was still alive. Otto would be the only member of the immediate Frank family to survive the Holocaust. Liberated by the Soviet forces at Auschwitz, he began the agonizing search for his wife and daughters once the war ended. Hopes were cruelly dashed as he confirmed, step by step, that Edith had not made it, and that Anne and Margot had perished in Bergen-Belsen just weeks before British troops arrived to free the camp. In that painful discovery, Otto lost more than his family. He lost the future he'd fought so hard to protect during their years in hiding. Amid the staggering grief, a slender thread of continuity emerged. Anne's writings, Miep Gies, one of the faithful helpers who had risked her own life to hide the Franks, had discovered Anne's diary left behind in the annex. She protected it, unaware of its full significance, hoping one day to return it to Anne herself. When Otto came back, broken and haunted, Miep handed him the papers, the notebooks, and the loose pages. In those delicate stacks lay Anne's words, raw, insightful, and at times painfully honest. Reading them was an ordeal for Otto. Each sentence bore the imprint of a daughter who no longer existed. Yet, as he ventured further, he recognised that Anne had transcended the limitations of her dire situation. Her diary was not just a record of fear, but also a testament to a young soul's will to dream and make sense of a senseless world. Otto saw that this wasn't a private chronicle of self-pity. Instead, it was a clarion call from a teenage girl who kept her mind vibrant under unimaginable constraints. She had turned introspection into a shield, and her pen had become a voice that soared beyond the annex walls. Gradually, Otto decided to share Anne's writings with a wider audience. He believed the world needed to hear her story, not to sensationalize tragedy, but to bear witness to the quiet heroism in a teenager's reflections. Initially, publishers hesitated. War memoirs were abundant, and some feared there was no appetite for yet another. Yet once the diary was finally printed in 1947, under the title Het Achterhuis, The Secret Annex, its resonance was immediate. Readers recognised Anne's vivid humanity. Her teenage worries, yearnings, and insight struck a chord that transcended the specifics of time and place. Her words made the Holocaust personal, one voice speaking for millions who could no longer speak. Over the subsequent decades, Anne Frank's diary was translated into dozens of languages, staged as plays, adapted into films, and included in curricula around the globe. Some commentators questioned the sanctification of a single story when so many lives had been lost. Others worried that her universal appeal risked diluting the brutal realities of the Holocaust. Yet few disputed the authenticity and power of her diary, which offered a profound glimpse into how hatred warps society and how an individual spirit can remain defiant. The annex itself became a museum, a tangible space where visitors could experience the cramped rooms and steep staircases that shaped Anne's daily existence. People from every corner of the world filed through, imagining the silent dread that once enveloped that hidden sanctuary. In those quiet rooms, Anne's voice still seemed to hover, urging reflection, on the precarious balance between survival and betrayal, on the nature of hope amid despair, on the vulnerability that defines our shared humanity. For readers in the 21st century, indeed for any era, Anne's writing remains startling in its intimacy and relevance. She documented her teenage angst with a frankness that resonates. Aries was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on Olympus, war itself existed. The roiling turmoil of Bronze Age conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war formed something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon, Zeus the king, Hera the queen, Athena the strategic warrior, Apollo the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Aries is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger, sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Aries was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Aries was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valour. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, it was Aries who symbolized the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him, but even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he is yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena, the next he's levelling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself, ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury, aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Enyalios, linked to the ear-splitting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of war's spirits, trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride, survival, and raw fear. Over time, Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialize him, archaic hymns and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armour. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey, where instincts of rage and honour coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life, raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small. Primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted, somewhat uneasily, into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their worlds spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pitied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied the screaming crescendo of conflict, then one might wonder how he behaved among gods celebrated for wily intelligence, justice, or cultural refinement. The image of the Greek pantheon at council, Zeus presiding, Apollo offering measured insight, Athena speaking with calculated reason, clashes with the idea of Ares pacing impatiently, eager for action. Indeed, many myths depict him as too headstrong for delicate planning, too impatient to grasp the subtle arts of negotiation. Yet this portrayal, while not wholly inaccurate, might obscure deeper textures to his mythic personality. Consider his kinship dynamics. He was the son of Zeus and Hera, both formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an heir as overshadowed, especially by Athena. Where she used logic to conquer, he used sheer force. Where she favoured cunning, he favoured brute strength. It wasn't just a clash of personalities, it reflected the Greeks' internal tension between strategy and aggression. Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honourable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humour lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully placate. In the cosmic scheme, Aries symbolised the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods like Apollo or Hermes approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Hera, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes expressed exasperation with Aries, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares' relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love, entwined with the god of war, often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist? Yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth. Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumour about the gods' personal lives. It symbolises how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony, a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people. If only they learned to harness conflict's lessons, a battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equalled Athena's broad acclaim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognised that, for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of Thebes once honoured him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus, Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if uncomfortable relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares' impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured, unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history, as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment, he'd empower Trojan warriors. The next, he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them if the cosmic tides shifted. Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolised how the mere prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet, Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmanoeuvred him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy's triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved. Even his father, Zeus, scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Achaeans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant, yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favourites. It consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief, though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage. They remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained or directed, the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed forces. The childlike notion that love and war are opposites misses how deeply they interact. Ares and Aphrodite's bond revealed how conflict and attraction both simmer under mortal consciousness, driving individuals toward acts of devotion or destruction. Their liaison birthed multiple offspring, each embodying a particular face of war's emotional heft. Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, are the most famous, personifying the dread that grips soldiers before a charge. However, less renowned figures also emerged from Ares' line, Eros, in some versions, and Harmonia, indicating that out of conflict could come forms of unity or even love, albeit rarely. The ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea. The energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Aries was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of him avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers, spurred by love for family, might descend into savage violence to defend them. Aries' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict across centuries. In raising his spear for those he loved, Aries exposed a strain of loyalty overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Aries remained measured. Very few large temples honoured him, but smaller cultic practices sprang up in city-estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trance-like fervour in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of Ares, galvanizing hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travellers' tales claimed that some remote villages honoured Ares with festivals combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognised the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll visible. Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, a reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, he even assumed the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman, intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators, fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love, stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavour, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans due to his power and order. Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet behind the Roman veneer of organisation, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood, conquest still spawned grief, and fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through. Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares, included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory but also recognised the sacrifice demanded by war. Boot camp drills, strict codes of behaviour, and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Aries might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war, in Roman eyes, could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Aries' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down, the fervour to conquer remained. Over time, Roman expansion carried Mars's worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner, carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training grounds, reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harboured that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares' original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon waned. Mars's temples fell into the partial disuse or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defence, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares' timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler. But at heart they remained facets of the same concept, conflict personified. Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual homage and raw violence, kept the flame of Ares' Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who rediscovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who equated him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalric ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honour, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervour that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman lore, spurring new discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises, contrasting him with Mars, analysing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, Did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Aries' stories were passed for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Aries in fresher contexts. Paintings of Aries and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of Aries, turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatize the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new rationales for conflict. Aries drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations, recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him indirectly, boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure reminiscent of Aries, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era, or the World Wars, when entire continents caught fire. In the intellectual sphere, critiques of war found renewed voice. Philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Aries specifically, but his essence was there, the recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing Homeric narratives where no truce lasted long once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Aries gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Aries became a metaphor for primal impulses buried deep within the psyche. Archetypal theorists labelled him an enduring symbol of the warrior within, an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists used this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Aries archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Aries as a villain or anti-hero, charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits, bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended, or is it inherent to our being? Through all these evolutions, Aries never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Aries' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is, rather, a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worshipped, sometimes feared, always consequential. Aries, as an entity, clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defense and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognized war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Aries thus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Aries never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveller, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Aries was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal, reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple to Aries might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervour. From a cosmic standpoint, Aries is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage, prone to heartbreak, swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy. So is Aries. Time after time he rushes into conflict, battered by contending gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages. Yet amid the cruelty, traces of compassion surface. Myths telling of Aries avenging or protecting someone dear reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Aries' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Aries' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by the tales of valour and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives innovation and progress. Thus, the war god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Aries offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honour heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Aries doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us, individually or collectively, under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage. It is human. Peace advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Aries means recognizing that aggression is part of our lineage. Only through understanding that reality can we hope to channel it responsibly or mitigate its worst effects. In the end, Aries is not just the sword raised high or the shield clanging in defiance. He is the flicker of rage in the eye of someone cornered, the tremor of adrenaline before a decisive stand, the triumphant shout that echoes across a battlefield. War's form changes, from bronze spears to nuclear arsenals, but the core impulse remains. Aries stands eternal, no longer needing sacrifices in quiet shrines, yet thriving wherever conflict looms. Through him, we witness a facet of ourselves that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, our capacity to wage war, and perhaps one day to master it. Alexander Graham Bell was born into a world of silence and sound on March 3rd, 1847, in Edinburgh, Scotland. While history remembers him primarily as the inventor of the telephone, Bell's relationship with sound began long before his famous invention, shaped by a family legacy that would set him on an unexpected path. His father, Alexander Melville Bell, was no ordinary man, a pioneer in elocution and speech correction. The elder Bell developed visible speech, a revolutionary system of phonetic symbols representing the position of the throat, tongue, and lips during speech. This ingenious method allowed the deaf to learn spoken language by mimicking these positions. The Bell household wasn't just a home, it was a laboratory of human expression, where conversations about vowel formations and consonant articulations were as common as discussions about the weather. What's rarely discussed is how young Alec, as he was called, didn't initially share his father's fascination with speech. His early passions centred on music and botany, spending hours collecting and classifying plants around Edinburgh. At 12, while wandering through the wheat fields near his grandparents' home, he invented a simple dehusking machine using rotating paddles. His first invention came not from sound, but from plants. Bell's mother, Eliza Grace Simons, was progressively deaf, yet she possessed remarkable musical talent. This paradox, a woman unable to fully hear who could still play piano beautifully, created Bell's first understanding that sound existed beyond the ears alone. He discovered he could communicate with her by speaking in low, clear tones close to her forehead, allowing her to feel the vibrations of his voice. An intimate form of communication that taught him sound was as much physical as auditory. The household's connection to deafness deepened when Bell's two brothers died of tuberculosis, leaving him the sole surviving son. Few historians acknowledge the shadow this tragedy cast. Bell developed an almost superstitious belief that his work with the deaf was somehow protective, believing that by dedicating himself to helping those without hearing, he might escape the fate that claimed his brothers. At 16, Bell began teaching music and elocution at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland, trading lessons for board while continuing his education. Here, he encountered James Bell, no relation, who introduced him to electrical science. Their experiments with a homemade battery and telegraph sparked young Bell's interest in electricity, though he wouldn't connect it to sound for years to come. What's particularly fascinating is how Bell's early experiments weren't aimed at distance communication, but at something far more fanciful. He and his brother Melville created a speaking automaton, essentially attempting to build a machine that could produce human speech sounds. They managed to make their creation speak by using bellows for lungs, a crude larynx made from reed, and a flexible leather mouth with movable lips and tongue. Simple sounds and even utter phrases like mama. This forgotten experiment reveals Bell's initial fascination was not with transmitting human voices, but manufacturing them artificially. In 1863, Bell turned 16 and took a position as a pupil teacher of elocution and music at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland. While there, Bell read the work of German physicist Hermann von Helmholtz, who had conducted experiments demonstrating that electrical currents could be used to simulate sound. Bell couldn't read German and misinterpreted Helmholtz's work, believing the scientist had successfully transmitted vowel sounds over wire using electricity. This productive misunderstanding planted a seed that would eventually grow into the telephone. After his brothers' deaths, Bell's parents sought healthier surroundings, eventually settling on Canada. In 1870, the family made the Atlantic crossing after Edward. His second brother died from tuberculosis. This transition period is rarely highlighted, yet it was pivotal. Bell was leaving behind not just a country, but an identity. On the ship crossing to Canada, he grew a beard to look older, attempting to reinvent himself in this new world. The man who arrived in North America was determined to escape not just the tubercular air of Scotland, but also the shadow of family tragedy. In 1871, Alexander Graham Bell arrived in Boston, not as the confident inventor history often portrays, but as a man desperate for work. His reputation as an expert in visible speech had preceded him, and the Boston Board of Education hired him to train teachers at the School for the Deaf. Bell was not merely teaching a method, he was challenging an entire philosophy of deaf education. The American approach to deaf education at the time heavily favoured sign language. Bell, influenced by his father's methods, advocated for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak and read lips, a position that would later earn him significant criticism from deaf communities. This ideological battle shaped Bell's early years in America and revealed his stubborn willingness to champion unpopular ideas, a trait that would serve his inventing career well. What's typically overlooked in Bell's biography is that he was perpetually broke during these Boston years. He supplemented his teaching income by taking private pupils, often travelling hours by horse-drawn streetcar between lessons. One such journey in winter nearly cost him his life when he fell through ice while crossing the Charles River as a shortcut. Soaked and freezing, he barely reached his destination, where his student's family had to thaw him out before a roaring fire. Bell's private students included the children of Boston's elite families, giving him access to social circles that would later provide crucial financial backing for his inventions. Among these students was George Sanders, whose father would become one of Bell's most important financial supporters. The Sanders home in Salem became Bell's second residence. where he was given attic space for experiments. This arrangement not only provided convenience, but also enabled Bell's wealthy supporters to closely monitor their investment. During this period, Bell met Mabel Hubbard, a student who had lost her hearing to scarlet fever at age 5, 10 years his junior. Mabel was bright and determined, and came from a wealthy and well-connected family. Her father, Gardner Green Hubbard, was a prominent Boston lawyer and would later become Bell's business partner Namer and father-in-law. While their romance blossomed slowly, what's less known is that Bell initially hesitated to pursue Mabel, worried that his work with the deaf might make her feel like a project rather than a partner. Bell's teaching methods were revolutionary but exhausting. He would spend hours with individual students, placing their hands on his face to feel the vibrations as he spoke, moving their tongues and lips with his fingers to form correct positions. This intimate, hands-on approach yielded remarkable results but drained him physically and emotionally. After full days of teaching, Bell would retreat to his living quarters to conduct experiments with electricity and sound, often working through the night. Bell's experimentation during this period wasn't solely focused on voice transmission. He was simultaneously developing a harmonic telegraph, a device capable of sending multiple telegraph messages concurrently over a single wire by using different musical tones. This approach directly challenged Western Union's telegraph monopoly and attracted financial backing from those eager to break the company's stranglehold on communication. Rarely discussed is the fact that Bell's unusual habit of combining disciplines often led to his breakthroughs. His understanding of the human voice, acquired through years of speech training, informed his electrical experiments in ways pure electricians couldn't match. While contemporaries like Thomas Edison and Elisha Gray approached communication technology from an electrical engineering perspective, Bell approached it through the lens of human anatomy and acoustics. Bell's research notes from this period reveal a man constantly torn between commercial and humanitarian motivations. While he genuinely wanted to help the deaf communicate, he also meticulously documented which ideas might be patentable. This pragmatic duality, humanitarian dreams backed by business acumen, helped Bell succeed where other idealistic inventors failed. In June 1875, while experimenting with his harmonic telegraph, Bell and his assistant Thomas Watson discovered that a reed stuck and continued to transmit sound. Bell recognised the implications immediately. If he could make continuous electrical current vary in intensity precisely as air varied in density during sound transmission, he could transmit speech. This epiphany came during a period when Bell was physically ill and mentally exhausted from overwork, suggesting that his breakthrough emerged not despite his fatigue, but perhaps because of it. His tired mind making connections his disciplined thinking might have missed. The birth of the telephone wasn't the triumphant eureka moment, often depicted in simplified histories. Instead, it emerged through a series of incremental advances, false starts, and near misses that culminated in a working device through persistence rather than a single flash of genius. On March 10, 1876, Bell uttered the famous words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," through his experimental device, but the context of this moment is rarely fully explained. Bell had accidentally spilled battery acid on his clothes and was calling for assistance, not deliberately testing the machine. Watson, working in another room, heard the call clearly through the device and rushed to Bell's side. The first transmitted sentence in telephone history was essentially a workplace accident report. What's also frequently overlooked is how close Bell came to losing his place in history. Just hours before Bell filed his telephone patent on February 14, 1876, another inventor, Elisha Gray, submitted a caveat, a preliminary patent document, for a similar device. The ensuing priority battle would consume years of Bell's life and mental energy. Despite Bell's eventual victory in the US Supreme Court, his victory was narrowly margined and surrounded by persistent allegations of patent office corruption. The telephone's early demonstrations revealed public skepticism about its practicality. When Bell first exhibited his invention at the 1876 Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia, most visitors dismissed it as a clever parlor trick rather than a revolutionary communication device. Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil provided crucial validation when he tried the device and exclaimed in amazement, "My God, it talks!" This royal endorsement transformed public perception overnight. Before journalist Frederick Gower popularized the term telephone in his reporting, Bell preferred to refer to his device as an electrical speech machine. Bell disliked the term, considering it imprecise and overly Greek, but eventually conceded to its popular usage, demonstrating that even the inventor couldn't control all aspects of his creation's identity. The early telephone faced significant technical limitations. Early models required users to both speak into and listen through the same piece, necessitating an awkward back-and-forth motion during conversations. The transmitter design was so inefficient that users often had to shout to be heard, and range was severely limited. Thomas Edison's later carbon transmitter improvements significantly enhanced performance, though Bell resisted adopting Edison's technology due to their intense rivalry. Bell's demonstration before Queen Victoria at Osborne House in January 1878 was a carefully choreographed publicity event. Musicians were stationed at Cowes in Southampton, miles from the royal residence, to play for the Queen through the telephone line. The performance was successful, though court records indicate the Queen found the sound quality adequate but unrefined. Nevertheless, her royal attention guaranteed newspaper coverage throughout the British Empire, advancing Bell's interests while he personally found the royal performance anxiety-inducing. The telephone's early adoption wasn't driven by the business applications as Bell expected, but by what we might today call emergency services. Police stations and fire departments were among the earliest institutional adopters, seeing the value in instant communication during crises. Doctors also quickly embraced the technology, allowing patients to call for urgent care, a use case Bell hadn't anticipated but which provided crucial early revenue. Bell grappled with the business aspects of his invention in the background. Though often portrayed as a scientific genius, he was an indifferent businessman who found commercial negotiations distasteful. His father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, managed most business affairs, often making decisions Bell disagreed with but felt powerless to oppose due to family dynamics. When the Bell Telephone Company was formed in July 1877, Alexander Graham Bell was given only a small portion of the shares, a financial arrangement he would later regret as the company's value skyrocketed. By 1878, Bell was already growing disillusioned with his creation's commercialization and the endless patent litigation surrounding it. In a rarely quoted letter to his parents, he confessed, "I have become rather tired of the telephone. Inventing something is so much more interesting than perfecting it. And now, when I see the telephone serving the common purposes of life, it loses very much its romance and wonder to me." This sentiment would eventually drive Bell away from telephony altogether, toward new scientific pursuits where the thrill of discovery could be experienced afresh. Behind Alexander Graham Bell's public persona as inventor and businessman existed a private life characterized by deep personal commitments and internal conflicts that rarely make it into standard histories. His marriage to Mabel Hubbard in 1877 connected him to one of Boston's most influential families, but also placed him within a complex web of expectations and obligations that would shape the remainder of his life. Mabel was far more than the supportive wife historical accounts often reduce her to. Intelligent, educated at Radcliffe College, then called the Harvard Annex, and fluent in multiple languages despite her deafness, she managed the family's finances, edited Bell's scientific papers, and negotiated many of his business arrangements. Their correspondence reveals that major decisions about Bell's career were joint ventures, with Mabel often providing the strategic vision while Bell supplied the technical expertise. Their home life had features rarely discussed in traditional accounts. Due to Mabel's deafness, the Bell household operated under communication protocols that visitors found unusual. Family members and servants were trained never to speak to Mabel from behind, always to face her directly in good light, and to use specific gestures to gain her attention. Bell himself developed a private sign language with Mabel, combining elements of conventional sign language with intimate gestures unique to their relationship. This private language allowed them to communicate across crowded rooms and in situations where lip reading was impossible. The Bells had 4 children, though only 2 daughters, Elsie and Marion, survived to adulthood. The deaths of their 2 sons in infancy affected Bell profoundly, triggering intense periods of depression that occasionally halted his scientific work altogether. These episodes of mental health struggle remain largely unexamined in Bell biographies, yet they significantly impacted his productivity and interests. During these dark periods, Bell would sometimes disappear for days into his laboratory, working obsessively on projects unrelated to commercial potential, a form of therapy through invention. Bell's relationship with the deaf community was far more complicated than most. While he is remembered for his work in deaf education, Bell's strong advocacy for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak rather than use sign language, and his opposition to deaf intermarriage eventually made him a controversial figure among deaf activists. They viewed these positions as attacks on deaf culture and identity. What's rarely acknowledged is how Bell's position evolved with age. Private journals from his later years show growing ambivalence about his earlier hardline stance, though he never publicly reversed his position. Bell's household on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C., became an intellectual salon frequented by scientists, politicians, and artists after the family moved from Boston. These gatherings were carefully orchestrated by Mabel, who used these social connections to advance Bell's projects and secure funding for his increasingly diverse scientific interests. The house contained a specially designed laboratory where Bell would often retreat during these parties, emerging occasionally to demonstrate new experiments to impressed guests. Financial anxiety haunted Bell despite his apparent success. The continuous patent litigation surrounding the telephone drained resources, and Bell's habit of funding elaborate scientific explorations frequently strained the family finances. Mabel imposed a strict allowance system on her husband, controlling his access to funds when she felt his spending on scientific equipment became excessive. Their correspondence contains numerous instances of Bell pleading for additional research funds, while Mabel insisted on budgetary discipline. By the standards of his time, Bell's personal habits were eccentric. He typically worked through the night and slept during daylight hours, a schedule that caused friction within the household, but which Bell insisted was essential to his creative process. He was known to go days without changing clothes when absorbed in an experiment, and household staff were instructed never to clean or rearrange his laboratory, no matter how chaotic it appeared. Bell claimed to have a topographic memory for the position of every tool and paper. Bell's relationship with his famous father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, was complex and occasionally strained. While Hubbard provided crucial business support and connections, he also pushed Bell toward commercial applications when Bell preferred pure research. After one particularly heated argument about the direction of the Bell Telephone Company, Bell retreated to his Nova Scotia estate for nearly 6 months, communicating with Hubbard exclusively through Mabel as intermediary. As he aged, Bell developed various health problems, including diabetes and symptoms consistent with neurasthenia, a period diagnosis for fatigue and anxiety. Bell managed these conditions by combining conventional medicine with the popular water cures of the late 19th century. Bell became an advocate of hydrotherapy, installing elaborate bathing equipment in his homes and maintaining detailed journals about the effects of various water treatments on his health and intellectual energy, an aspect of his life completely absent from standard biographies. Alexander Graham Bell's identification with the telephone has overshadowed his remarkable range of other scientific contributions, some visionary, others curious dead ends, but all revealing a restless intellect that refused to be defined by a single invention. Bell's work on the photophone, developed with his assistant Charles Sumner Tainter between 1879 and 1880, represented the first wireless telephone communication system. The device transmitted sound on a beam of light, essentially the same principle behind fibre optic communication developed nearly a century later. Bell considered it the greatest invention I have ever made, greater than the telephone, yet the technology was ahead of its time, limited by contemporary light sources and detectors. Few people realise that when making a fibre optic call today, that you're using principles Bell pioneered. In the realm of aviation, Bell formed the Aerial Experiment Association in 1909, bringing together Glenn Curtiss, Thomas Selfridge, Casey Baldwin, and Douglas McCurdy. This team created several notable aircraft, including the Silver Dart, which in 1909 made the first controlled powered flight in Canada. Bell's particular contribution was the tetrahedral kite, a unique design using triangular cells that provided remarkable structural strength. He built increasingly large versions, eventually creating the Cygnet, a tetrahedral kite large enough to carry a man. What's rarely mentioned is how Bell's obsession with these tetrahedral structures extended beyond flight. He incorporated the geometric pattern into furniture, lamps, and even children's toys he designed for his grandchildren. Bell's work in genetics and animal husbandry represents another largely overlooked chapter. At his estate in Nova Scotia, he conducted extensive breeding experiments with sheep, meticulously documenting the inheritance of traits across generations. His specific focus was producing sheep with multiple nipples, a trait he believed would allow ewes to nurse more lambs, increasing meat production efficiency. After nearly 30 years of selective breeding, he successfully developed a strain of sheep where multiple nipples were consistently inherited. While this work never gained commercial application, his meticulous records anticipated principles of genetics that would only be fully understood decades later. Environmental concerns occupied Bell's later scientific work in ways that appear surprisingly modern. In the 1910s, he became concerned about deforestation and fossil fuel depletion, writing, "The unchecked consumption of our natural resources will bring future generations to privation we can hardly imagine." He experimented with alternative energy sources, including early solar collectors and alcohol-based fuels derived from plant materials. He even designed a distillation system that converted plant cellulose to ethanol for use in internal combustion engines, essentially an early biofuel program. Bell's work with the deaf led him to medical innovations that extended well beyond speech therapy. He developed an early metal detector specifically to locate the bullet lodged in President James Garfield after his 1881 assassination. While the device worked in laboratory tests, it failed in practice because the metal bed springs in the president's bed created interference, a factor the attending physicians hadn't disclosed to Bell. This experience sparked Bell's interest in medical instrumentation, which led to his development of a vacuum jacket for patients with respiratory problems, a predecessor to the iron lung that would be fully developed decades later. In his Nova Scotia laboratory, Bell conducted extensive hydrofoil experiments, culminating in the HD4 craft, which set a world marine speed record of 70.86 miles per hour in 1919, a record that stood for 2 decades. This work was conducted in close collaboration with Casey Baldwin, and the two men developed several innovative hull designs that influenced later naval architecture. Bell submitted designs for hydrofoil warships to the US Navy during World War I, but they never saw construction. Bell's interest in sound led him to acoustical experiments that extended well beyond telephony. He developed methods for recording sound vibrations visually, allowing detailed analysis of speech patterns. This work evolved into techniques for teaching the deaf to modulate their voices by watching these visual representations, a precursor to the speech visualization technology used in modern speech therapy. He also conducted extensive research on how different architectural materials and designs affected sound transmission, creating customized acoustic environments decades before acoustic engineering became a recognized discipline. Perhaps most surprisingly, Bell devoted considerable attention to desalination technology in his later years. Concerned about freshwater scarcity, he designed several solar distillation systems intended to provide drinking water in arid coastal regions. His vacuum distillation design was particularly innovative, using pressure differentials to reduce the energy required for water purification. Although it was never commercialized during his lifetime, versions of Bell's approach later became standard in desalination plants worldwide. Throughout these diverse projects, Bell maintained meticulous records, thousands of pages of laboratory notes, diagrams, and correspondence that reveal the day-to-day workings of his experimental process. These documents show Bell wasn't the solitary genius of popular imagination, but rather the central node in a network of collaborators, assistants, and correspondents who contributed significantly to his various projects. Bell freely acknowledged these contributions in his private papers, though public accounts often attributed innovation solely to him, a simplification that distorted the collaborative nature of his actual work. Among the most troubling yet least discussed aspects of the legacy of Alexander Graham Bell is his involvement with the eugenics movement, a connection that reveals the complex intersection of progressive scientific thinking and regressive social policies that characterized much intellectual thought of his era. Bell's interest in heredity began innocently through his work with the deaf. His statistical studies of deaf families documented patterns of deafness across generations, and were published in 1883 as Memoir upon the Formation of a Deaf Variety of the Human Race. While the research methodology was sound for its time, Bell's conclusions and policy recommendations have tarnished his legacy in deaf communities to this day. Bell became concerned that congenital deafness might lead to the formation of a deaf variety of humans if deaf people continue to marry other deaf people. A common practice as shared language and culture created natural social bonds. In what he viewed as humanitarian concern, Bell advocated for laws discouraging or prohibiting deaf people from marrying other deaf people. This position, rooted in his belief that deafness was a disability to be eliminated rather than a culture to be respected, placed him squarely within the eugenics movement gaining momentum in America and Europe. What's rarely examined is the profound conflict this created in Bell's personal life. His wife, Mabel, was deaf, though not congenitally so. She lost her hearing to scarlet fever, and many of their close social circle included deaf individuals whom Bell genuinely respected. Private letters reveal his struggle reconciling his scientific conclusions with his personal relationships, writing to a colleague, "I find myself in the uncomfortable position of advocating publicly what would have prevented my own marriage had it been law." Bell served on the board of scientific directors for the Eugenics Record Office from 1912 to 1918, alongside prominent eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Harry Laughlin. However, his participation was marked by increasing discomfort with the organisation's more extreme positions. Meeting minutes and correspondence show Bell repeatedly objecting to proposals for forced sterilisation and immigration restrictions based on pseudoscientific racial theories, though he rarely made these objections public. Bell's position within the eugenics movement was complicated. He endorsed the general principle that society should encourage breeding from the fit, while discouraging reproduction among those with hereditary conditions he considered detrimental. Yet he consistently opposed coercive methods, writing in 1914, "I believe in eugenics, but not eugenics by compulsion." This middle position satisfied neither eugenics hardliners nor those who opposed the movement altogether. As the eugenics movement increasingly embraced racist ideology in the 1910s, Bell's participation diminished. His resignation from the Eugenics Record Office in 1918 came after increasing disagreements with Davenport and Laughlin over proposed immigration restrictions targeting Southern and Eastern Europeans. Bell's objections were based partly on scientific. He questioned the methodology behind claims of racial differences in intelligence, partly based on his personal experience with immigrants as colleagues and employees. The evolution of Bell's thinking about heredity and human improvement is visible in his private papers but absent from his public statements. By the early 1920s, he had largely abandoned the terminology of eugenics in favour of human engineering, a concept he defined more broadly to include education, nutrition, and environmental factors alongside heredity. This shift reflected growing scientific understanding about the interaction between genetics and environment, though Bell never publicly repudiated his earlier eugenic positions. Bell's relationship with the deaf community remained complicated throughout his life. While he dedicated significant resources to deaf education and consistently advocated for the integration of deaf people into mainstream society, his opposition to deaf intermarriage and his promotion of oralism over sign language were viewed by many deaf people as attacks on their community and culture. The National Association of the Deaf passed resolutions opposing Bell's positions as early as 1880, creating a rift that has persisted long after his death. What's particularly notable is how Bell's eugenics views contradicted his otherwise progressive social positions. He supported women's suffrage, advocated for the education of indigenous peoples when such education was primarily assimilationist, and opposed racial segregation in the organisations he led. These positions coexisted uneasily with his eugenics work, demonstrating how even forward-thinking individuals of the period could embrace what would later be recognised as profoundly discriminatory ideas. The complexity of Bell's engagement with eugenics serves as a cautionary tale about how scientific authority can be misapplied to social policy. Bell genuinely believed his positions were both scientifically sound and humanely motivated, a reminder that ethical failures often emerge not from malicious intent, but from incomplete understanding and unexamined assumptions. His legacy includes not just his inventions, but also these complicated moral positions, which reveal the dangers of applying scientific reasoning to human diversity without recognising its intrinsic value. Later in life, Alexander Graham Bell retired to Bay-in-Bragg in Baddeck on Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Pronounced Ben-Vria, Bell became an American citizen in 1882, but his name, meaning beautiful mountain in Scottish Gaelic, showed his Scottish heritage. Bell used this 600-acre estate as his home, lab, and community centre, not just a summer vacation place. Bell's original design of Bay-in-Bragg for integrated living and working is rarely mentioned. The estate comprised collaborator housing, workshops for craftspeople making his experimental equipment, and sheep genetic research facilities in addition to the family residence and lab buildings. Beyond institutional constraints, Bell's community functioned practically as a self-contained research facility, believing scientific progress required both seclusion for concentration and community for cooperation. Few biographies described Bell's bay-and-bray schedule. He woke up late, generally midday, ate a lot and read letters and newspapers. His experiments began in the evening and lasted all night. Food was served at midnight and drinks were served all night by household staff. Despite difficulties with family and guests following typical timetables, Bell said his midnight schedule allowed him to think freely without the distractions of the workday. The Bay-and-Break Lab's technology was unusual for their remote location. Bell built his own electrical producing system to power modern technology in his workshops before rural electricity came to Nova Scotia. He established one of Canada's first private phone lines from the estate to Baddeck. Most importantly, he created a darkroom and photographic studio with cutting-edge equipment, believing that rigorous visual documentation was essential for scientific progress. The thousands of photos taken at Bay-and-Bray provide an unsurpassed visual record of his later experiments. In these later years, Bell's connection with Bell Telephone became more distant. He remained a stakeholder but spoke privately about his dissatisfaction with the company's direction and had no operational role. Bell sometimes gave brief approval when phone officials visited Bay-and-Bray to discuss new projects but quickly switched to tetrahedral construction, hydrofoils or sheep farming. For the old inventor, his name-brand firm was almost irrelevant. In his final years, Bell became interested in cancer research after his daughter's diagnosis. Despite his lack of medical experience, he invented a cooling device to prevent cancer growth by lowering tissue temperature. Cancer cells reproduce faster than normal cells, making them more susceptible to temperature decline. This experiment failed, but his detailed notes show his systematic approach even in unrelated fields. Bell, 75, died at Bay-and-Bray on August 2nd, 1922 of diabetes complications, which he had fought for years with little success given medical knowledge at the time were the main cause. Insulin treatment became available only months before his death. He specified that his coffin be made from estate materials by his workshop staff, demonstrating his scientific approach to funeral arrangements. On Bell's funeral day, all phone service in the US and Canada was suspended for 1 minute, possibly the longest period of technological quiet in history. Unlike many innovators, Bell lived to see his main invention become a staple of modern civilization, with over 14 million telephones in use worldwide by his death. Bell's legacy went beyond the phone. Early aircraft design profited from his aviation innovations. His hydrofoil research improved marine technology. Though controversial, his deaf educational approaches altered education. Even after his death, architecture and engineering used his tetrahedral structural principles. Most crucially, Bell's invention, combining systematic experimentation with instinctual leaps, set a paradigm for industrial research that corporate research laboratories adopted throughout the 20th century. Bell Laboratories, named for the telephone rather than the man, pioneered transistors and information theory that shaped technology. Many of the tools, laboratory supplies, and personal things of Alexander Graham Bell are at the neighbouring Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site. But the Bell estate at Bay-and-Bray is mainly intact. Instantaneous global communication, which Bell pioneered, is his greatest legacy. Every time a voice crosses continents in milliseconds and knowledge pours over telecommunications networks, I sometimes wonder if my name will be associated with the telephone in the ages to come, Bell wrote to his wife. Instead of the technological means we used, I want it to be remembered as the notion that human speech is unaffected by distance. Bell's vision was extraordinary in this modest wish, and in other aspects. It was a dominant power in East Asia. Through rapid industrialization and military expansion, it asserted its influence. By the 1930s, Japan's imperial ambitions clashed with the interests of Western powers. Among these, the United States sought to maintain its influence in the Pacific. In 1937, Japan's invasion of China began its aggressive campaign for territorial control. This conflict brought atrocities, including the infamous Nanking Massacre. The international community condemned Japan's actions. In response, the United States imposed economic sanctions. Vital resources like oil and steel were cut off. For Japan, these sanctions were crippling. Its military and industrial capabilities were under threat. The Japanese government saw the sanctions as an existential crisis, and so they began to prepare for war. On December the 7th, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. This devastating strike crippled the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The goal? Eliminate American naval power in the Pacific. This would give Japan free rein to expand its empire. While the attack dealt a significant blow, it galvanized the United States. Within days, America declared war on Japan. This marked the nation's full entry into World War II. After Pearl Harbor, Japan's military advanced rapidly. Territories like the Philippines, Singapore, and parts of Indonesia fell to their forces. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, dominating the Pacific with unrelenting campaigns. But in May 1942, cracks began to show. The Battle of the Coral Sea became a turning point. This costly engagement marked the first time Japan's expansion was checked. The United States stopped Japan from capturing Port Moresby in New Guinea. This preserved a critical Allied position. Despite this setback, Japan remained confident. Its military leaders, particularly Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, planned a decisive battle. Yamamoto's strategy was ambitious. He aimed to lure the US fleet into a trap by attacking Midway Atoll. Midway was remote but strategically vital. Its proximity to Hawaii made it a key target. If captured, Midway would allow Japan to extend its defensive perimeter. It might even threaten the American mainland. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the United States had a crucial advantage. American cryptographers, led by Lieutenant Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken Japan's naval codes. Through intercepted communications, US intelligence uncovered the plan. The attack on Midway, codenamed Operation MI, was no longer a secret. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz took action. As commander of the US Pacific Fleet, he devised a bold counter-strategy. Rather than falling into Yamamoto's trap, Nimitz planned to ambush the Japanese fleet. In preparation, Nimitz assembled his forces. The US Navy had 3 carriers available: USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown. The Yorktown, damaged during the Battle of the Coral Sea, was a critical piece. Repaired in record time, it returned to action just in time for the fight. These carriers, along with their escorts and aircraft, represented America's best hope. This was their chance to turn the tide in the Pacific. On the morning of June 4th, 1942, the battle began. Japanese aircraft launched waves of attacks on Midway Atoll. Bombs rained down, targeting airstrips and defences. The defenders, though heavily outnumbered, fought valiantly. Anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes took a toll on the attackers. Yet Midway suffered significant damage. Even so, the Japanese failed to achieve their primary goal, neutralising Midway's air power. As the Japanese prepared for a second wave, the Americans struck back. Carrier-based aircraft launched a bold counterattack. The first waves of US torpedo bombers faced devastating losses. Their slow, outdated planes were no match for the agile Japanese Zero fighters. Many brave crews were lost, but their sacrifice distracted the Japanese defences. This left the enemy fleet vulnerable. At a critical moment, American dive bombers arrived. They found the Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, completely exposed. The ships were refueling and rearming planes. Their decks were crowded with explosives. The American bombers struck with devastating precision. Direct hits ignited explosions and fires. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were consumed by flames. This was a catastrophic blow to Japan's naval power. The 4th Japanese carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterstrike. It managed to severely damage the USS Yorktown, but the Americans regrouped quickly. They launched a final attack, sinking Hiryu by the end of the day. All 4 Japanese carriers were destroyed. This marked a turning point, not just in the battle, but in the war itself. The fighting continued for several days. The Japanese attempted to regroup and retreat. By June 7th, it was over. The United States had achieved a decisive victory. Japan's primary carriers were sunk. Their ability to project power in the Pacific was crippled. The loss was catastrophic for Japan. Over 3,000 sailors and airmen were killed. Their fleet suffered irreparable damage. The Battle of Midway marked a turning point. Japan, once seemingly invincible, was now on the defensive. The United States began a bold campaign of island hopping. Strategic locations were captured one by one. Step by step, they pushed closer to Japan. Midway reshaped the nature of naval warfare. The battle proved the central role of aircraft carriers. It signaled the end of the battleship era. Beyond its strategic significance, Midway is remembered for its human cost. The courage of American pilots was extraordinary. They faced overwhelming odds with determination. The resilience of sailors aboard the Yorktown and other ships was inspiring. Their sacrifices showed the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of adversity. Today, Midway Atoll is a wildlife refuge. Its calm waters and quiet shores stand in contrast to the chaos it once endured. This peaceful place is a testament to those sacrifices. It reminds us of the price paid for peace. The story of Midway teaches us many things: the power of strategy, the importance of intelligence, and the unity needed to overcome the greatest challenges. As you rest tonight, reflect on this story. Picture the vast Pacific Ocean. Imagine its waves, now peaceful and still. Think of the bravery of those who fought for a brighter future. Let their sacrifices bring you calm and hope. The impact of Midway did not end with the sinking of Japan's carriers. Its effects echoed across the Pacific and beyond. For Japan, the loss was a strategic disaster. 4 carriers were destroyed: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. These ships were the core of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking force. Their destruction ended Japan's ability to conduct large-scale offensives. The loss of experienced pilots and aircrew was another blow. Unlike the United States, Japan struggled to replace its forces. Its industrial capacity and training programs were limited. The expertise of the aviators lost at Midway was irreplaceable. This left the Japanese fleet at a growing disadvantage in later battles. For the United States, Midway was a game-changer. Victory allowed the US to shift from defense to offense. The Pacific, once dominated by Japan, began to change. American morale soared. The victory proved Japan's expansion could be halted and reversed. For the first time, the Allies had a clear path forward. The island-hopping strategy followed soon after. Allied forces targeted key Japanese-held islands. They bypassed heavily fortified positions, choosing strategic locations instead. Each island captured brought the Allies closer to Japan's home islands. Japanese supply lines were cut off, isolating their forces. One of the first campaigns to build on Midway's success was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. This grueling 6-month campaign saw the United States gain its first major foothold in the Pacific. It marked the beginning of Japan's long retreat. The lessons learned at Midway, particularly the importance of air superiority and carrier-based operations, were applied repeatedly in the battles that followed. The psychological impact of Midway was equally profound. For Japan, the defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded its navy. The loss of the carriers that had spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor was a blow. It was a blow not only to Japan's military capabilities, but also to its national pride. The morale of Japanese troops and citizens began to waver. The realization set in: victory might not be achievable. For the United States and its allies, Midway was a source of inspiration and determination. The victory demonstrated that careful planning, intelligence, and courage could overcome even the most formidable adversaries. It strengthened the resolve of Allied forces and galvanized the American public, who now saw a path to ultimate victory in the Pacific. The Battle of Midway also highlighted the evolving nature of naval warfare. The era of the battleship, long considered the dominant force in naval strategy, was over. Midway confirmed that aircraft carriers and their air groups were the new kings of the sea. Control of the skies became the determining factor in naval engagements. This shift would influence military doctrine for decades to come. The role of intelligence in the battle cannot be overstated. The work of American codebreakers, who deciphered Japan's naval plans, provided a critical advantage. This allowed the United States to prepare and execute its ambush. This achievement underscored the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. It set the stage for the development of sophisticated intelligence operations in future conflicts. As the war progressed, the impact of Midway became increasingly evident. The Japanese Navy, once a dominant force, found itself unable to mount large-scale operations. Meanwhile, the United States, with its unmatched industrial capacity, continued to build and deploy new carriers, planes, and ships. By 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted decisively in favor of the Allies. Today, the story of Midway is remembered not just as a battle. It is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and bravery of those who fought there. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the greatest generation, and the lessons of courage, strategy, and unity that shaped the outcome of the war. The site of the battle, Midway Atoll, is now a place of peace and reflection. Designated as a national wildlife refuge, it is home to a rich diversity of marine and bird life. A far cry from the chaos of war that once engulfed its waters, the atoll stands as a symbol of renewal and a tribute to the resilience of nature and humanity alike. As you reflect on the events of the Battle of Midway, imagine the vast, quiet expanse of the Pacific, its waters calm and still under a starry sky. Let the courage and determination of those who fought fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength and resilience within each of us and the enduring hope for peace. After the decisive American victory at Midway, the Imperial Japanese Navy found itself in a precarious position. With the loss of 4 carriers, over 300 aircraft, and their experienced crews, Japan's ability to project power across the Pacific was irreparably weakened. The battle also exposed critical flaws in Japan's strategic planning and overconfidence. Despite early successes in the war, the Japanese High Command underestimated the United States' industrial capacity, intelligence capabilities, and the sheer determination of its forces. Midway was a psychological blow to Japan. The once dominant Japanese Navy now faced a growing and increasingly confident American fleet. This loss of momentum had a cascading effect on Japanese strategy. Without the naval supremacy they had relied upon, Japan was forced into a defensive posture, scrambling to protect its remaining territories and resources. Meanwhile, the United States capitalized on its victory to push forward with its island-hopping campaign. This strategy involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese strongholds in favor of capturing strategically significant islands. Each island seized became a stepping stone toward Japan itself, providing bases for air operations, supply lines, and staging areas for future assaults. One of the first major campaigns following Midway was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. Guadalcanal was a grueling and protracted campaign, lasting 6 months and testing the endurance of both American and Japanese forces. The lessons learned at Midway played a crucial role in this battle, particularly the importance of air superiority and naval coordination. Guadalcanal marked the first significant offensive by Allied forces in the Pacific and further demonstrated Japan's inability to sustain its initial advances. The importance of logistics and industrial capacity, highlighted by Midway, became even more apparent as the war progressed. The United States, with its vast industrial resources, was able to replace ships, aircraft, and personnel at a pace that Japan could not match. For every carrier Japan lost at Midway, the US was building multiple new carriers, along with the planes and crews needed to operate them. This overwhelming production capacity allowed the Allies to maintain pressure on Japan across multiple fronts. The Battle of Midway also influenced the development of naval warfare tactics and technology. The battle demonstrated the importance of aircraft carriers as the centerpiece of naval strategy, relegating battleships to a secondary role. The lessons learned at Midway shaped the way future naval engagements were fought, with an emphasis on air power, intelligence, and mobility. Intelligence gathering, which had played such a pivotal role at Midway, continued to be a critical factor in the Allied war effort. The success of American cryptographers in breaking Japanese codes allowed the US to anticipate and counter Japanese moves throughout the war. This advantage helped secure victories in battles such as the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, further eroding Japan's ability to wage war. As the war drew closer to Japan's home islands, the effects of Midway became even more pronounced. The loss of carriers and pilots at Midway created a gap in Japan's naval and air capabilities that it could never fully close. By the time of the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944, often referred to as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Japanese pilots were so inexperienced that American forces decimated them with relative ease. This imbalance in skill and resources can be traced back to the setbacks Japan suffered at Midway. The legacy of Midway extends beyond its military and strategic implications. It became a symbol of resilience, ingenuity, and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. For the United States, the victory at Midway represented a turning point in a war that had begun with the devastating losses at Pearl Harbor. It demonstrated that the American spirit, coupled with innovation and strategy, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The men who fought at Midway left a lasting impact on history. Their courage and sacrifice are remembered not just in the annals of military history, but also in the hearts of those who understand the profound cost of war. Many of the pilots, sailors, and officers who served in the battle went on to play key roles in subsequent campaigns, carrying with them the lessons and experiences of Midway. Today, the site of the battle remains a place of quiet reflection. Midway Atoll, now a national wildlife refuge, is home to diverse marine and bird life, a stark contrast to the chaos that once engulfed its waters. The peaceful serenity of the atoll serves as a poignant reminder of the cost of war and the enduring hope for peace. The story of Midway is one of triumph and tragedy, of strategy and sacrifice. It is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in history, let us remember the bravery of those who fought, the lessons they taught us, and the enduring legacy of their actions. Picture the calm waters of the Pacific, the waves gently lapping against the shores of the atoll. Imagine the bravery of those who took to the skies and seas, their sacrifices shaping the course of history. Let their legacy remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of the Battle of Midway bring you reflection, perspective, and a deep sense of gratitude. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet strength of those who came before us, and the enduring hope for a better world. Sweet dreams, and drift off to sleep with rain. In the early 19th century, the United States was still refining its identity, grappling with international pressures. Chief among them was the persistent clash with Great Britain, which never fully receded even after the Revolutionary War. By the year 1812, tensions had once again escalated. British warships roamed the Atlantic, seizing American merchant vessels and impressing sailors into the Royal Navy. Britain justified these actions by citing its endless struggle with Napoleonic France, but Americans saw them as blatant infringements on neutral rights. Politicians in Washington, D.C., argued that national honour demanded a resolute stance. Yet not all Americans agreed. New England merchants, dependent on overseas trade, feared that a war would wreck their livelihoods. Frontier farmers from the West and South, meanwhile, were more bellicose. They complained of British influence over native tribes, alleging that British agents provided weaponry to indigenous groups resisting American expansion. Famed orators in Congress, labelled war hawks, pressed for military action. insisting that only force could end maritime harassment and secure national credibility. James Madison, the fourth president, presided over a charged political scene, a quiet deliberative. He weighed options carefully, but the clamour for war grew. In June 1812, Madison sent a war message to Congress, highlighting impressment, trade restrictions, and alleged British incitement of native violence. A narrow majority in both houses voted for war, marking the first time that the United States formally declared it. The nation's newness and untested military raised questions. Could the young republic muster the unity and resources to challenge the world's leading naval power? On paper, the British hardly viewed the US as a primary threat. Napoleon's armies in Europe had captured their attention. Nonetheless, the British recognised that if the Americans invaded Canada, the region might be lost. After all, Canada was lightly populated, and the British presence there hinged on loyal militias. British leaders believed that, despite the American impetus, the conflict wouldn't supplant Britain's prime focus on the European front, so they stationed smaller garrisons, trusting that the disorganised American approach would yield limited success. Across the Atlantic, in American port cities, many tried to maintain commerce, but with British blockades looming, merchant captains found themselves restricted or forced to sail under constant threat. The administration in Washington saw the conflict as a chance to rid the continent of lingering British power. Some leaders fantasized that capturing Canada might be straightforward. They assumed Canadians would readily join the American cause. However, that assumption proved naive. Canadian loyalty to the Crown, especially among certain pockets, was stronger than Americans had anticipated. Meanwhile, the war's outbreak also reverberated among native nations, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Some tribes formed alliances with the British, considering them to be less harmful than the land-hungry American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localised. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realised the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier. Yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory, culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed is dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realised that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo ante bellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at an indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed, witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8th, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed. British casualties soared. While American losses were modest, Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture. Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection, spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures, a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancour that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812, even if the official treaty indicated no formal victory or concession. Thus the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanished neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War, yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualize their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valour, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines, particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized, fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, yet its themes echo in contemporary life: how a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganisation to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalised groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, the War of 1812 emphasises that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, the War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarised as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed, tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes and fostered the concept of a demilitarized boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalising that moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionized. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, it signalled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England, hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common-law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability. Though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions, they raised children together. But the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries. He began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, they introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility in discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. Conceived in the mid-1740s, this initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many were still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery, positive, and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated assembly and the Penn-Family proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts, clad in a fur cap instead of a wig. Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention, yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals describing dire needs arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticised the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily. But when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarized his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted and understood it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Corporacism encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. Earliest narratives. These formative centuries shaped the cultural, spiritual, and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honour the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots. As the Yayoi period gave way to the Kofun era circa 250 to 538 CE, Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over much of central and western Japan, cementing itself as the dominant force. Unlike the decentralized power structures of earlier centuries, the Yamato rulers established a centralized authority, one that derived legitimacy from both military strength and divine ancestry. They claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, an assertion that reinforced their divine right to rule and set a precedent for Japan's imperial institution. As the Yamato extended their control, they adopted new governing strategies, incorporating rival clans into their administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as coffin, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 meters, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artifacts, signaling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean Peninsula's three kingdoms, Baekje, Silla, and Goguryeo, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced ironworking, Buddhism, and Chinese writing, innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from mere chieftains to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families, particularly the Soga clan. Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts, as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the Soga championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution. Initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions, Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soga clan, a family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soga championed Buddhist teachings, not merely as a spiritual doctrine but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Naka no Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the Soga. This event, known as the Taika Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reforms sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code, the Ritsuryo system, was established. Closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance, it introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Heijo-kyo, modern-day Nara, a meticulously planned city laid out in a grid pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Nara became the heart of government, culture, and religion, filled with grand Buddhist temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Todaiji, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Daibutsu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to the realm. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering in court politics. Monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asuka and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese-style calligraphy, poetry and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet, even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto. As the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority. Rather than ruling directly, emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite revelled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Heian court was meticulously detailed in The Tale of Genji, a novel written by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colours. However, this refined world of the Heian elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement, large estates known as shun emerged, exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi, warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed as estate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans. By the late Heian period, two dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts, known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic Heian court, once the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces. While poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian-kyo, battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age. With the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan-no-ura in 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged victorious, forever altering Japan's political structure. The old Heian world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors, rather than court aristocrats, held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who were largely ceremonial figures, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with de facto rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Bakufu, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional lords, known as daimyo, controlling vast territories in exchange for military service. The samurai class, once mere enforcers for aristocrats, became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges, both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched 2 massive invasions, seeking to subjugate Japan as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who had expected generous rewards for their service. Without enough land or wealth to distribute, the shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet, imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun. While the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw a cultural renaissance, marked by the rise of no theatre, ink painting, and the tea ceremony, it was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of 3 of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy built on military might, land control, and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet, even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era. As Japan descended into chaos, during the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, 3 formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his rule was cut short in 1582 when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit seppuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant-turned-general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Hideyoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago by 1590. He enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Iedo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance to prevent future uprisings. The Bakuhan system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin-kotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, the shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from travelling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theatre, ukiyo-e woodblock prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet, beneath the surface of stability, cracks began to form. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Heian period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, shun, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburao, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters, but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honor, principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, 2 clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political maneuvering. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan-no-ura saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto no Yoritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honour, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges: clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting allegiances that would test the samurai's resilience over the centuries. What had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan for generations to come. Their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan, but fight to keep their place at the top. With Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185–1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jito, military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow Hojo Masako maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy, where the regents controlled political decisions while the puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols, under Kublai Khan, had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery, and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze, or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Takauji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of No theatre, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil, much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace. The Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, this inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control, and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, three remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. the once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos, as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, 3 figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him. Ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful Takeda clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet, Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings, and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honor and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics, and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogunate established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakuhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed sankin-kotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable, like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet, within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theatre and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain, as their stipends remained fixed while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theatres, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered, like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, the new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbours, telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. 2 factions emerged, those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came, a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai, but there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, two celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jewelled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror, as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susanoo, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Mikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens, carrying the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures, his name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperors emerged. The Jomon people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived, the Yayoi people, bringing agriculture, metalworking, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point, as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society. Both intertwine to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echoes still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. the role of Shinto and the worship of the kami. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine rule, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the Izgrand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misugi. Ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honour the kami, ensuring their continued favour and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that, after 100 years, gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favour from Hachiman, the kami of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines, and many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain, in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification. In ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Izigran Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Izumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okuninushi, and Fushimi Inari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors, before battle, would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through temizuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines, where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests dressed in flowing white robes performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikinen Sengu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Ise Grand Shrine. Every 20 years, the entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal, the idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into onryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds, to the whispering forests where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto defined the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures, like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate. How mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods. By declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu, they positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favour was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. The spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favor. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 1600, when Japan was fractured by civil war, leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga, in particular, saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favour, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land chosen by the gods remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories, it was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape. In ancient Japan, the land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, it was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains. Towering above the land, they were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya Hem, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount He and Mount Koya, became centres of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals known as mythology were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honour the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of temazuya at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorishiro, objects capable of housing deities, marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomeria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honoured the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical, but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind, that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century, was seen as a direct intervention from the kami, protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land, shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain, it was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine. Whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests, the natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today, as shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology, how ancient beliefs shape Japan today. Though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favour of the kami, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist. Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line, from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day, reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as Matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumoda, People visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honouring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits and creatures of myth, remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune, fox spirits, to the vengeful onryo, ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists, not just in shrines, but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture in onsen, hot springs, or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts, reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people, the deep-seated sense of honour, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono no aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honoured in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15th, 1769, on the island of Corsica, a small but strategically significant island in the Mediterranean. His family was of minor nobility, with his father, Carlo Buonaparte, serving as a lawyer and political representative for Corsica. Despite their noble status, the Bonaparte family was not wealthy, and young Napoleon grew up in a modest household. Napoleon's childhood was shaped by the unique blend of Corsican pride and French influence that surrounded him. Corsica had been acquired by France shortly before his birth, and the island's culture reflected a mix of independence and French authority. From an early age, Napoleon displayed a keen intellect and a fiery determination. He excelled in his studies, particularly in mathematics and history, which would later serve him well in his military career. At the age of 9, Napoleon left Corsica to attend school in mainland France. His father had secured a scholarship for him to study at a prestigious military academy, where he trained to become an artillery officer. This period of his life was not without challenges. As a Corsican in a French institution, Napoleon often faced discrimination from his peers, yet he remained focused on his goals, using his intelligence and discipline to rise above the prejudice. Napoleon graduated from the École Militaire in Paris at the age of 16, becoming a second lieutenant in the French army. He began his career at a time of great upheaval. The French Revolution was transforming the nation, dismantling the old monarchy and reshaping France into a republic. For Napoleon, this period of political and social turmoil presented both challenges and opportunities. During the Revolution, Napoleon's strategic brilliance began to emerge. His first major success came during the Siege of Toulon in 1793. As a young officer, he devised a bold plan to capture the city, which was held by royalist forces supported by the British. His strategy was a resounding success, earning him recognition and promotion. Napoleon's star was rising, and his ability to combine tactical innovation with decisive action became his hallmark. In 1796, Napoleon was given command of the French army of Italy. This was his first significant leadership role, and he wasted no time in proving his abilities. Despite being outnumbered and poorly equipped, Napoleon led his troops to a series of stunning victories against Austrian and Piedmontese forces. His Italian campaign not only solidified his reputation as a military genius, but also brought him wealth and fame. Napoleon's rise to power was meteoric, and by 1799 he had become one of the most influential figures in France. That year, he staged a coup d'etat, overthrowing the government and establishing himself as first consul. This marked the beginning of his rule and set the stage for his transformation of France. As ruler, Napoleon implemented sweeping reforms. He reorganized the French government, established the Napoleonic Code, a legal framework that influenced legal systems worldwide, and strengthened the country's finances. He also invested in infrastructure, education and the arts, leaving a lasting legacy on French society. In 1804, Napoleon declared himself Emperor of France. The coronation ceremony was a grand and symbolic event, with Napoleon famously placing the crown on his own head, a gesture that underscored his belief in self-made power. As emperor, Napoleon expanded his ambitions beyond France, embarking on campaigns that would change the map of Europe. The Napoleonic Wars were a series of conflicts that pitted France against a coalition of European powers. These wars showcased Napoleon's strategic brilliance and determination, but they also tested his limits. His victories at battles like Austerlitz and Jena cemented his reputation as one of history's greatest military commanders. However, his campaigns also came at a great cost, both in lives and in resources. One of the most ambitious and ultimately disastrous undertakings of Napoleon's career was the invasion of Russia in 1812. Initially, he achieved some success, but the campaign turned into a nightmare as his army faced harsh winter conditions, dwindling supplies, and fierce resistance from Russian forces. The retreat from Moscow was a devastating blow, marking a turning point in Napoleon's fortunes. Despite setbacks, Napoleon's resilience and charisma kept him in power for a time. However, by 1814, his enemies had formed a powerful coalition, and Paris was captured. Napoleon was forced to abdicate and was exiled to the island of Elba. Yet, even in defeat, his determination remained unshaken. Less than a year later, he escaped from Elba and returned to France, rallying support and reclaiming his position as emperor during what became known as the 100 Days. Napoleon's final chapter unfolded at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Facing a coalition led by the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army, Napoleon fought valiantly but was ultimately defeated. This marked the end of his reign and his dreams of empire. He was exiled once more, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. On St. Helena, Napoleon spent the final years of his life in relative isolation. He reflected on his legacy, dictating memoirs that recounted his achievements and offered insights into his thoughts and motivations. He died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. While his life ended in exile, his impact on history was indelible. Napoleon's story is one of contrasts, a man of great ambition and intellect who reshaped Europe, yet whose relentless pursuit of power ultimately led to his downfall. His legacy is a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring influence of vision and determination. As you reflect on Napoleon's journey, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a state of relaxation. His life, filled with triumphs and challenges, serves as a reminder that greatness often comes with both light and shadow. Imagine the quiet halls of the École Militaire, where a young Napoleon first honed his skills, or the grand boulevards of Paris during his reign. Picture the serene beaches of Corsica, where his journey began, and the windswept shores of St. Helena, where it ended. These images, filled with history and humanity, bring a sense of peace and connection. As the gentle narrative of Napoleon's life carries you further into relaxation, consider the enduring lessons his story offers. His life was a testament to the power of vision, determination, and adaptability. From the shores of Corsica to the grand battlefields of Europe, Napoleon's journey was one of extraordinary highs and profound lows, each moment shaping his legacy and the world around him. Imagine the streets of Paris during the height of Napoleon's rule, bustling with activity as citizens moved through a city transformed by his reforms. The grand architecture, the sounds of carriages, and the whispers of admiration for the leader who had reshaped France into a powerful empire fill the air. Napoleon's vision for his country was ambitious, rooted in the belief that strong leadership and progressive policies could bring unity and prosperity. Napoleon's Napoleonic Code, one of his most enduring achievements, remains a symbol of his commitment to order and justice. By creating a clear and organised legal framework, he provided a foundation for modern law that still influences societies worldwide. This accomplishment reflects his ability to think beyond the immediate and to consider the lasting impact of his actions, a hallmark of great leadership. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, picture the vast and open battlefields where Napoleon's strategies unfolded. His ability to read a situation, adapt to challenges, and inspire his troops set him apart as a military genius. Yet these victories came with sacrifices, reminding us that even the greatest achievements carry weight and consequence. Let this thought settle into your mind as a reminder of the complexities of life and the balance required in pursuit of success. As the night deepens, imagine the quiet solitude of Napoleon's exile on St. Helena. The crashing waves against the rocky shores and the distant horizon create a peaceful yet contemplative scene. In these final years, Napoleon reflected on his life, his choices, and his impact on the world. His memoirs, filled with introspection and insight, reveal a man who, despite his flaws, remained dedicated to the ideals of progress and legacy. Feel the calm and serenity of this moment as you think about Napoleon's resilience. Even in defeat, he maintained his dignity and continued to shape his story. His ability to adapt, to rise again, and to reflect on his journey offers a powerful lesson about perseverance and the human spirit. Picture Napoleon's childhood in Corsica, the simplicity of life on the island, and the spark of ambition that drove him to dream of a future beyond its shores. His journey reminds us that greatness often begins with humble beginnings, and that with determination we can overcome the obstacles that stand in our way. As you relax further, imagine the quiet moments Napoleon spent in thought, planning his next move or contemplating the lessons of the past. These moments of reflection, like the ones we take before sleep, are a chance to find clarity and purpose in our lives. Let the story of Napoleon inspire you to approach each challenge with courage and each success with humility. The story of Napoleon Bonaparte is not just one of conquest and power. It is a story of vision, resilience, and humanity. His life teaches us that even the most ambitious dreams are within reach if we are willing to work for them, and that true greatness lies in the ability to adapt, learn, and persevere. The soothing rhythm of Napoleon's story continues, so let it guide you deeper into a state of calm and rest. His life, with all its triumphs and trials, serves as a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring power of ambition tempered by reflection. Each chapter of his journey holds lessons about perseverance, the importance of vision, and the balance required in any great endeavour. Picture Napoleon in one of his most iconic moments, standing atop a hill overlooking the battlefield at Austerlitz. The early morning fog begins to lift, revealing the vast armies below. His mind is sharp, calculating and focused as he directs his troops with precision and confidence. This scene encapsulates the essence of Napoleon as a leader, decisive, strategic, and unwavering in his belief in victory. Let this image remind you of the power of clarity and focus, qualities that can guide us even in the most challenging situations. Now shift your thoughts to the quieter moments of Napoleon's life, moments spent in introspection and planning. Perhaps he's seated at a desk, surrounded by maps and letters, the flicker of a candle casting a soft glow on his face. These moments of preparation and thoughtfulness were the foundation of his successes, showing that even the most remarkable achievements begin with careful planning and deliberate action. While you relax further, imagine the streets of Paris once more, this time during Napoleon's grand coronation as emperor. The city buzzes with excitement and anticipation, the sounds of trumpets echoing through the air as crowds gather to witness history being made. Napoleon, ever the symbol of self-determination, places the crown upon his own head, a gesture that speaks to his belief in shaping his own destiny. This powerful act reminds us of the importance of taking charge of our lives and pursuing our goals with determination. From the grandeur of Paris to the stark solitude of St. Helena, Napoleon's life was filled with contrasts. His journey teaches us to embrace both the victories and the setbacks, to find strength in our resilience, and to learn from every experience. The quiet reflection of his later years offers a poignant reminder that even in solitude, there is value in contemplating our legacy and the impact we leave behind. Imagine Napoleon walking along the shores of St. Helena, the waves gently lapping at the rocky coastline. The horizon stretches endlessly before him, a symbol of both the limits of his exile and the boundless scope of his influence. In this serene moment, there is a sense of acceptance and peace, a reminder that even the most ambitious lives eventually find stillness. While you drift further into sleep, let the echoes of Napoleon's life guide your dreams. His journey, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, is a testament to the power of vision, courage, and reflection. His story reminds us that greatness is not measured solely by success, but by the depth of our character and the impact we have on the world around us. As the narrative of Napoleon's life gently lingers, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. His story, so full of ambition, brilliance, and humanity, is a powerful reminder of the potential that lies within all of us. Napoleon's determination to rise above his circumstances and his willingness to face challenges head-on show us the value of perseverance and the strength that comes from unwavering resolve. The simplicity of Napoleon's early life on Corsica, an island of rugged beauty and quiet charm. As a young boy, he roamed the hills, his mind already filled with dreams of greatness. The sound of the sea, the scent of the olive trees, and the warmth of the Corsican sun shaped the foundation of the man he would become. These early days remind us of the power of humble beginnings and how even the most unassuming origins can lead to extraordinary paths. As Napoleon grew into a young man, his move to France marked the beginning of his transformation. At the military academy, he honed his skills, his discipline setting him apart. Despite facing prejudice as a Corsican, he remained focused on his goals, showing a resilience that would define his career. These formative years teach us the importance of persistence and the ability to adapt in the face of adversity. Now let your thoughts drift to the grand halls of the French court during Napoleon's rise to power. Imagine the opulence, the polished marble floors, and the chandeliers casting their light across a room filled with dignitaries and leaders. In this environment, Napoleon's intellect and charisma shone brightly, propelling him to heights few could have imagined. His rise reminds us of the importance of self-belief and the courage to seize opportunities. Even in moments of defeat, Napoleon demonstrated a remarkable ability to reflect and regroup. The exile to Elba could have been the end of his story, but instead he used it as a time to plan his return. His resilience during the 100 Days, when he reclaimed his empire, speaks to his determination to fight for what he believed in, even against overwhelming odds. As you relax further, imagine the quiet dignity of Napoleon's final years on St. Helena. The isolation of the island offered him time to reflect on his life, his choices, and his legacy. The crashing waves and the vast expanse of the ocean became the backdrop to his thoughts. In his solitude, he dictated memoirs that revealed not only his strategic mind, but also his humanity. This chapter of his life reminds us of the value of introspection and the importance of finding peace within ourselves. Feel the calm and stillness of this moment as the story of Napoleon carries you into a deep, peaceful sleep. His life, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, serves as a reminder that greatness lies not just in what we accomplish, but in how we face the challenges along the way. With the night embracing us, let the echoes of Napoleon's journey fill your dreams. Imagine the vast battlefields, the